To share, yeah, it was established.
No, she shares 50% of her DNA with Nick, who is a human.
Yeah. So
And
Alex is
banana.
so Alex shares 100% of her DNA with a banana.
Oh. It's a timeshare, actually.
What does that even mean?
They take turns.
Alex and the banana?
Every other weekend, Alex turns into a banana.
So Alex, I got the portable blood bag and the portable fucking casino thing, and so now I'm in purgatory now.
Well, you have to leave one behind eventually.
Wait, that joke is literally just for us, the casino purgatory thing. Not even Alex gets that one.
What? I mean, she's around enough to enjoy inside jokes that she's not.
I don't think she wants to.
Oh, man.
What do we
Mitchell,
do?
have you ever been in a purgatory of your own creation?
I quite have not.
Well, you, Nicholas.
I don't know what that means.
Do you not know what purgatory is? Purgatory is like a concept of a place between being alive and dead.
I think everyone knows what purgatory means.
That's
okay,
stupid.
well, have you ever been in something
I agree,
like that?
Hannah. That's very
something
stupid.
That you caused?
I didn't do that. So you just said that to yourself? Because I didn't hear the voice bot. So
that's okay. They're recording
it. Hannah. Good point, Hannah.
Read my mind. That's it.
What?
I barely heard it.
Oh, good. I don't have any other sound effects, so I guess we have to play D&D now.
Damn it! The worst possible outcome.
What the fuck? Wait, what happened? What the fuck happened in D&D?
I believe last session, Rom spent all of Owen's money, and then Owen's mother made it all better.
After
no. No, she bullied a guy into making it all better.
Listen, the how didn't need specifying. She's a McDurk.
After returning from the Rat Creek Valley and beginning to deal with the various ins and outs of the political ramifications of your country being invaded, the party began to work with the Garish leadership, joining a meeting of the Kins to figure out how to deal with bindings. Meanwhile, many strange things, be it this book that Simon cannot get rid of, or these bindings that you want to get rid of, or the strange suicidal death cult that you've ran into. All manner of strangities seem to be happening in the northern Garish countryside right now. But you had a job, you had focus, and you had a plan. To get the bindings out of the hands of those who would do harm and use them for war. So, speaking with the summit, you eventually were able to have Albert McShane show up to the meeting of the Kins, where he was able to quickly convince them that they could be trusted. That the summit, though not by name, could be trusted as someone to keep these bindings from being used in any way. With that came fear. Fear that what if the Red Band uses them before anyone else can get their hands? The plan was set for Owen and his group, the drunkenly dubbed Shine Watch, to get to the Red Band-controlled territory of Kintaran and wrest the bindings from the Red Band's hands. In doing so, you would be able to give them up to the summit, and Garland could finally, without fear of retribution, take back the rest of their land from this incursion. So, after plans were discussed, you went shopping for a kingly feast. And by that I mean Rom went shopping and spent a kingly amount of money on some meat. Thankfully, with a little bit of assistance from Owen's mother, things were put on an even keel. And eventually, you guys checking up on your army and eventually making your way back home to your temporary base and residence, making a night of it. It is the 4th week of Omen, 2nd day of the week. It is Titus. I would ask unto you all, as what amounts to autumn begins to approach, even in Garland. Rom, Ishri, Simon, Evian, Owen, and Mr. Walker. What are you guys doing as another morning begins in Garland?
We should set it like Lokar. I believe has been his task set upon him. Walker is just up with the fucking sun, up before the sun, working in the fucking main living area on the significant pool, eating a small breakfast as he does so.
Owen is also up early, but he is once again outside Nastuin, spending time with the Rat Creek soldiers.
Everyone else? I do apologize if I ever paused for technical issues. There was some back-end shit I was messing with yesterday and today to try and make things look a little bit better, and some stuff kind of turned out weird.
Yeah, funny enough, Evian's art was 1 pixel up and to the left of where it should be.
It took me 20 minutes
It's
to figure out
fixed
why,
now.
too. Yeah, it is fixed. Enjoy.
All of his pixels are in place.
Classic Evian causing problems.
I don't know why. I think it's been like that for, like, months, and I never
At
noticed.
least
I don't know.
He didn't get impaled this time.
So, anyway.
Simon would come down for breakfast if it's made, and then head back up to his room later.
Just immediately get breakfast and fuck right off.
He just
Basically,
fucks off.
No, he'll eat down and then leave like shortly after.
Oh, he pulled a
Go back
Mitchell.
up to his
He just
room.
fucking, I gotta go play D&D.
Fucking Simon's playing D&D alone.
Well, no, he's playing
He's
it over.
making his character. He's making
Yeah.
the backstory for his character.
He's playing it over sending.
Play by
expensive.
sending.
It's a very expensive D&D campaign.
It's just slow going. They have a bit of
It's
a
play by send.
they have a high rate of failure, but I mean they can be fun if you have the right people.
Fucking play by send. William, can you run a play by post game where everyone only gets 25 words per message and they will get 2 messages a day?
Oh,
That's
no.
hell.
Oh.
Listen, I'll let my players upcast if they want. Use-
That sounds awful.
Oh. So, what are you guys doing? You have planned everything. Rick is currently not passed out on the couch, but he is as lazily laying without sleeping as he possibly can.
where are we? Let's see. Did Mitchell say where Evian's at? Or Hannah?
I was.
Yeah, Hannah, where's Evian at?
Evian!
Yeah, you choose for me. Where am I? Where am I this fine morning?
There's a good chance Evian's gonna follow Ishri. Ishri's gonna go with Owen to go train people. So, and she's going to spend the time as much as she can with as little other translators as possible, trying to learn how to talk with people,
Okay.
as well as train them to kill things.
Evian's bench pressing some recruits.
Since the second
Evian's
time,
trying to get the recruits to bench press him.
nice. There's like 10 of them, and they're all just like lying flat on their backs, just trying desperately.
Evian's made out of black hole.
Ven, since the second time Ishri helped, I think it was yesterday in game, have there been any more desertions?
No. Like,
Okay, good. That she's off the hook.
There's definitely still some people who have been very less than confident in their decision that they probably would not have been had Ishri not convinced them of, but for the most part, no one's left.
Ishri, for the record, is not going to induce any more, I guess, crises. Yeah, yeah, more existential crises. She'll intentionally, she'll stick to just like the same sort of stories she was getting yesterday. Maybe telling some stories of her own if people are around her. Just trying to practice the language.
Is working with the Rat Creek Valley Militia, working on your significant bowl, working on spells. Anything else the morning hold?
How am I doing on the process? The bowl.
It's coming along. I mean, this is a long process and probably one of the most intricate things Walker's ever made.
Aside from like a full-on crossbow, I guess.
I mean,
probably the most artsy thing he's ever fucking made.
That's why I said intricate. I think I meant like in an artsy way, not necessarily in a mechanical way.
Yeah.
Yeah, outside of like putting, like rebuilding your father's crossbow, this is probably the most intricately designed thing I've ever made.
Yeah.
I do have. I should have said this earlier, but I think I jumped the gun a little bit. William, would you like Owen to give Walker his descriptions of his brothers, or did we already go over that?
We vaguely talked about this. I have a PM from you from like 3 weeks ago at this point, asking if you should. I don't remember if it happened or not.
I did. I wrote them out. I don't know how good they are. They're all right. But
I mean, if you'd like to do that now, I don't remember if it happened or not. So I'm assuming it did not. Unless anyone wants to correct me.
Then, if it's okay with Ven, I want to backtrack a little bit. And Owen would have done that at breakfast.
Okay.
There would have... I remember there was a scene where Owen showed his mom the bowl. And she was like, oh, you should give it to me.
He was like, nah.
Oh, he likes nice things.
He doesn't like nice things.
No.
Oh gosh.
What are y'all doing? I mean, there is no impetus for anything except when you guys decide to leave at this point and anything else you need to do. The narrative is yours. There is nothing immediately stopping you.
I was gonna read the descriptions I wrote.
Okay, no problem. Whatever you guys want to do. This is open to the group.
Like for Simon, like when he comes down, Owen is engaged in an animated discussion, or description rather. Walker's probably not talking back that much as he describes as Owen describes his older brothers. I'm just gonna read them without the voice because I think it would be better. Owen's eldest brother, Hamish, looks like a younger version of Angus. He has a strong jawline, heavy brows, thick neck, and broad shoulders. A scar cuts across his left eyebrow, and a trimmed beard frames his face. He wears traditional Kintaran leathers, a kilt, a cloak mantled with animal pelt, and wields a large Kintaran claymore in his right hand, point down. He bears himself proudly, shoulders squared, and his face set stern expression. That's the way that Owen describes how he wants.
Is that Owen requesting how Walker should draw?
Yeah, it's like, if you've ever seen somebody talk to an artist about how they want something to be drawn. That's how he like. And Owen is an artist himself, right? So he can kind of like, you know, do a sketch for Walker and then say, "Here, I want this," right? And so like,
Owen's a sketchy boy.
Yeah.
I vaguely remember there being a journal with plants in it.
He and Simon have sketched together before.
Yeah.
I think I vaguely remember that. Well, what did Simon draw? Isn't just his girlfriend at one time?
Simon drew a landscape of his grandparents' beach. I think he drew Jade once, and he drew something else for Ishri, I think.
Owen usually draws nature, but he drew the griffin when we met that.
Huh. Go on.
Yeah, it was a griffin. For Owen's second brother, Cedric, he's a bit shorter than either Hamish or Owen, but he makes up for his lack of height with the ample corded muscle of a career sailor. His skin is weather-beaten and tan, and scars can be seen on his bare arms and face. He wears his hair in a half shave and several braids in his wiry beard. He wields a simple, unadorned battle axe in his right hand, another on his belt, and a large round shield on his back, similar to the one that Owen always carries.
Walker would listen to the descriptions, with a mixture of, careful listening and also working on the bowl as he does so.
You can hear, like, as Owen is kind of describing his brothers, he's very excited about the idea of having them kind of immortalized in this object that's supposed to be so dear to him. And like when he finishes the rough sketches, he kind of like takes a second and he just looks down at them a little bit, and he's obviously emotional, but he kind of holds back a little bit, and eventually he just kind of passes the sketches over to Walker, and he says, "I'll be out at the camp if you need me."
To you, Walker would nod and continue work. William doesn't have anything until the next time the entire group reconvenes. What's Rom doing?
Can she help with language with Ishri?
I think Ishri was intentionally trying to stay away from anyone who was trying to translate for her.
In an attempt to try and learn the language.
Ingratiate.
I mean, I'm sure it'll go very poorly and she'll probably need help pretty quickly, so.
Well, I believe last time she was helping to pack shit up and make sure that everything was getting ready. So maybe she could go, like, check on the horses, make sure that they'll be ready for traveling. How does that sound?
You guys are bringing the horses?
I don't think we had talked about it as or like we hadn't made a final decision of like we're bringing the horses or we're not bringing the horses.
Where is our actual destination? Like we're going towards
our first
the
stop
river.
is what's it called?
Borealis?
Borealis, yeah.
Where is
What
that?
is that, Borealis?
Well, Borealis is apparently where the Red Band are currently mostly holed up.
That's far. Of course we should bring the horses.
I mean...
Yeah, but we also don't want the horses to die.
It's more a question of stealth,
the plan could be
which
like,
horses kind of with.
Also, yeah.
We take the horses up to Hatherton and then hide them at the base of one of the mountains down here and then do the rest of the way on foot.
But then who watches the horses?
We could bring a guy.
I mean, I hadn't planned on that, or I thought it wasn't on that, but we just leave them enough food to be fine for a little while, enough for us to come back for them.
Can horses self-regulate their feeding?
I don't know.
I mean,
Actually,
if
if
we
we
have
built
to-
like a stick pen that was big
What?
enough.
what?
What if we have to go
People
on
do
to
that when
Varad?
they go camping.
I guess I don't know.
If they have like horses or
I don't
mules
think
with
bringing
them.
the horses is a good idea.
It could be handy if we need to get away quickly. If we need to like drive horses to go fast for a while. Though I imagine if we get caught, leaving them that far away would not be a good escape route. And at that point,
Yeah.
just hiding in the woods would be better.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe no
It
horses.
feels like there's more negatives than there are positives.
Oh, it's a question of speed versus subtlety, right?
I mean, it's also a matter of cumbersomeness. I don't know.
Hmm.
Fucking
Why do you
Hannah
have to
said
take
out
away
loud.
my job?
What?
Why do you gotta take away my job?
I mean, that could be Rom's thing today, is asking around whether or not we should be bringing horses. You could do a scene with each of them, or going up to each driver. Hey, do you think we should bring horses? And you getting everyone's
She looks like
take
a
on the
fucking
matter.
census worker. She's got like a fucking pad of paper and stuff.
A
Like-
clipboard.
Rom could be trying to make final decisions for the trip, such as that, what route the group should be taking, things along those lines.
I guess
Christ, if you don't want to do it, don't fucking play D&D.
you took my job, William.
I didn't. Mitchell did.
You both did.
I'm okay with that. As long as I don't have to shoulder the blame entirely. Go on, Alex.
I said that was fine. Jesus.
Oh my god.
Well,
Ugh.
as Alex screams at her friends, Hannah has given us an update that apparently it's a heated topic whether or not horses can self-regulate their eating. Oh, thank you, Hannah. That's what we needed. Start
Final
this
say is
session.
they can or they can't.
Whoa, take it aside here.
William, don't
Well,
be
let's see.
dropping your
How-
catchphrase this early into a session.
We do need to know, Ven, how civilized are horses in your world?
They can understand sendings.
Yes, how sophisticated are our horses?
Can they regulate?
Can Luath wear his own monocle?
Ugh.
Can I pay you $5 to get a horse cosmetic?
I
Oh.
won't mind to be purple.
You need some plate barding for your horse, William? I'll give you my PayPal.
How much does purple paint cost in game? I have an idea for the horses.
Let's make them seem like
You
zombies.
could buy them some camo as well.
Camo.
$2
Horse
each.
demo.
Yeah, it's ghillie suits for horses.
Love that.
Hey Vin, real quick, as an aside, I have like, I don't know why, but I have a thing of 18 heavy crossbow bolts. I'm assuming that's what Walker's dad gave him. I was gonna up that to 20. I'm assuming Walker's made more sense.
Yep, that's fine.
Let's see.
So,
Yeah, I don't have anything else here. Like I said, I have something for whenever the group's entirely together again. So, unless anyone has any other scenes, we could skip to that,
yeah,
or
it's up to you guys at this point what you wish to do with the day.
can we decide what Rom's census brings up? We could do as a meta conversation if we want.
How do you guys want to do it?
That's probably preferable.
Alex really doesn't want to play D&D.
Fuck off.
Alex is about to fucking fly to Texas and
I am
Fucking-
going to fuck.
Don't say that. How dare you?
I'm gonna fucking pour maple syrup in your ears.
there it is.
Listen,
Just
I'll use
He
them.
said that.
Pour maple syrup in your.
I've
I
always
was gonna
wanted the
go with the
world to
boiling
sound so
milk, but I
sweet.
thought Alex would be more clever.
Anyway, so like I was saying earlier, we could like go like down to here, and then what are we doing in Borealis? Are we just going by it? Is that where something
No.
is?
William, the entire reason Walker is making the bowl is so Owen can fucking sit a mile outside of town and spy on it. That is the only reason.
I thought the fucking thing would be held at Varat.
We don't know.
You know the following. They have two bindings. They are operating out of Varad, and they have a massive contingent of Red Band currently in Borealis.
My thought is that they would, I guess, keep them in the safe place of Virat, but I guess they'd also want to use them, keep them somewhere they can use them readily.
That's the general idea. We just don't know which one they're doing.
Yeah, you don't know if they're trying to protect them or trying to use them.
To Virat, so Owen was thinking we swing by Borealis. He uses his neat new magic to check out the town, get some neat,
So we'd get us a Google Doc
going on. And if he can't see any signs of them there, then we continue on to Virat and hope that for some fucking reason they're not in Darrow.
About to say, could they be in Darrow?
We also know that they have a lot of people in Darrow.
Shit,
but
is there a chance they're down in Recton Monist? I mean, like, there's no guarantees.
Than that, then.
I'm sorry?
Recton Monist.
There it is. That was good. That's I enjoyed that.
So my thought is that we could, avoid the bullshit by going around the mountains. Then we can, hide in the mountains over here, out mile outside of Borealis. Are they really up to next to those mountains, then, or?
Yes, Borealis is essentially a hill town. Borealis is, up a hill, so it's very hard to attack it.
And the main road from Borealis to Virat is, here.
Yes.
Oh, so that's not the best.
So the road goes south of the mountains. Okay.
So we should go this way.
Okay. Where's the road from Darrow to Borealis?
I would imagine.
Or is there?
Directly north. Yeah.
Ugh. We have to cross a road either way. I feel like Darrow would probably be the better road to cross out of the two.
Would
so
it
Hatherton, the only issue is that we have to travel via fucking plains to get there rather than through the woods. It might be worth it
roughly
just to go south
that.
for the woods.
I mean, we could just cut off the road, go all the way down south around Loch Morta. I mean, if we want to be really safe.
Long.
That
to
would,
do what?
I mean,
we're trying to get to Borealis, right?
Yeah, I know, but we could hang out in Borealis, but we don't want to cross either of the roads above or below. So then we start going south.
Crossing the road isn't something we can't. It's not that we can't cross the road, so we have to be more careful about it.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying you'd rather avoid crossing.
I mean, yes, but it's not really applicable since
it's not worth it to going that out of the way.
Yeah. Also, we have other. We gotta gauge how much time we're taking and what we're doing exactly, which is why we should have a Google Doc.
We have one. It's called Cancel No One.
Let me bring up Cancel No One real quick.
Okay, let's not for the sake of my sanity, please.
All right. So the idea is we do the bullshit outside of Borealis. Maybe we head down here, head north, cross the road in the slightly wooded area, and then we can kind of go over here to then spy on Borealis in a safe-ish manner. Then if we decide at the point we can go to either Darrow or cross the river here, would probably be the best place because of the woods to cover and not being near any of the fucking roads. At that point, we can head to Virat to continue spying there, or we can even head to either the other two places. Are there three? I mean, there's a lot of places here, I guess.
Hey, Ben.
Yes.
What does Owen know about the woods around Borealis?
In what regard? How dangerous they are, or
yeah, how dangerous they are,
they
and
dangerous?
What's the terrain like? Is it flat woodland?
It
or
is
it
it's hilly to the south and slightly mountainous near Borealis, and then it becomes flat and almost valley-esque as you get closer and closer to the river.
Is it traversable terrain? Do people go hunting in it, or
yeah,
is it
yeah. I mean, it's traversable. It's not, it's not the expansive flatland around Nashdween, but it's still, there's still things in it. It's the same basic wildlife and everything. It's more of a pain in the ass, but not overtly a pain in the ass. The worst part is directly around Borealis, really. But the closer to the river you get, the more, what do I describe it? The more, populous the animals and things are.
Sure. In that case, Owen would suggest to anybody who asks that we cross through the forest to the north of Borealis, which would mean that we would only have to go around Borealis and not around the second town of Mortis Mitre, which means avoiding even more people.
So here to here?
Correct.
Okay, so like I was recommending. Yeah, that checks out. That can be the plan for now. So the idea is go there, see if we can find out if they have a binding, and then immediately head to Virat, or do we want to check the other places first? Like, because if we go to Virat, we could also see about saving Owen's sister.
I mean, I wasn't gonna say it, but like,
I mean, if the conversation happened, Walker would bring it up.
I mean, I thought that was the goal eventually, was to get to Virat, or is... Well, I guess if we find the shit...
I mean,
we're
going in. Like, we're gonna be in enemy territory. If we can successfully sneak in without great risk to ourselves, I mean, jailbreak, you know?
Yeah. That makes sense. Oy, oy, oy.
Follow-up question about the woods, Ven. Is it the kind of terrain that would be easier to travel without horses?
The woods?
Yeah.
Yeah, the woods would definitely be like the horses would be able to navigate. You wouldn't be gaining any additional speed or anything with the horses, and that is not a place you would want to bring a wagon or anything. Like,
there's definitely a no horse situation.
Maybe a pack mule would be better just to carry like the comical amount of meat that you guys have, but
oh my god, we could have a meat mule.
a fucking mobile meat cart. Oh.
Yes.
I mean,
can we put
it'd be
like
better probably to use...
Can we put like a hibachi grill on his back?
Lighter rations. So we don't get fucking caught from our fucking extra carriage.
Are you sick?
It would be a little funny though if we got caught by the red band. They're like, why do these guys have 28 pounds of filet mignon?
That's been jerkied.
That's Philip Mignon to you, Mitchell.
Philip Mignon. Oh man.
I don't like that word. Oh, Philip Mignon.
You don't like Philip Mignon?
Oh.
I'm pretty sure
not
Mignon's
anymore. I
from
don't.
the game I've played.
I feel like Mignon is a slur.
I feel like that's your next D&D character.
Maybe.
Philip Mignon.
Philip Mignon.
Oh, I'm working on the backup now. Ben, give me a character sheet.
My. Okay, so I guess that's the decision. We go to Borealis. Does the group agree on trying to fucking help Owen's sister?
I mean, absolutely,
like,
yeah.
able
Yeah.
to?
I think everyone does,
That's
yes.
my boy's sister.
So the idea, I think, would be like we should probably be setting up a base camp like over here or somewhere in these woods. How thick are these woods then?
Considerably less so. Like, you might be able to find some coverage, but it's much more sparse.
But like, so we could find a space that is
conceivably,
yeah. Well, we have like several survival boys. I think we could.
Yeah. It is possible, but there is the potential.
Mm-hmm. This spot here, would it be like in this mountain? Would it be too close to the fucking bad place, the big bad place? Does Owen have knowledge of where the fucking...
No, he doesn't, because he's never been back since the Scourge.
Yeah, he was approximately like here when the Scourge happened.
He was at like the edge of the Scourge when it happened.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, for some reason I was under the impression that they were like mid.
No.
I was under the impression that
Did you think he was like
banished after the Scourge happened.
Oh, okay.
He was sent through the Scourge!
Yeah, I genuinely thought that.
Owen's dad said goodbye, enjoy death.
Yeah, enjoy being dead, bitch!
I mean, technically, like, Owen's never brought it up, but like he could have gone to one of the other kins when he was banished. He just chose to go and do something that he thought would help his people rather than just fuck off.
Yeah, he
What,
continued the
chill
fight.
out in fucking Funnytown? Was he,
went to
was he,
go-
was he
he
actually
he
intending on
literally
spying?
went to go be a Garish spy.
That's pretty funny.
That was his job.
He was part of a scouting party, essentially, who were reporting movements of...
Did any of those reports ever get back?
They did not. I believe a couple of cursory ones did, but, like, all of the big bits of information never made it because of the Scourge.
They got back to those one guys. Found
You
his
mean
journal.
The
in the
bee,
woods.
the bee campaign?
Yeah.
yeah, that it did. Anyway, so that's our general. So the idea we should probably be staying on the non-Scourge side of Varrot when we're, scouting it out.
Yeah.
You would know that
If you-
Varrot itself was not affected by the Scourge.
Hey, Logan,
Yes.
can you bother the bitch ass Arcanist to give you Find Familiar so you can use that to fucking scout?
That would actually be a really good idea.
She's a nice Arcanist.
Listen.
Isn't it funny how I said that earlier to you?
Did you?
I did. I said I wanted familiar because I wanted it for that reason. I wanted an owl.
It's
You
almost like
literally...
Familiars are
Here's the
stupid
thing,
good.
though, guys. I'm going to read the entirety of our conversation. May 16th, 2021. At
Oh, no.
5:51 p.m. Logan, I need a familiar. At 9:56 p.m. when I was on my way home from work, Ben says, "What?" Do you know what Logan's follow-up to that was? When he PM'd me tonight during the session telling me a spell idea.
Wowee.
Oh,
the best.
I love
Logan gets an idea and he'll send me a PM for it and then never respond or follow up with it.
And then he'll fucking try to scalp his friends. It's pretty funny, huh?
It wasn't actually. That's fucking good luck finding
Get
that.
your
I'm
fucking
so mad at you
stupid
said
familiar,
that, dude.
dickhead.
Yeah, I want a familiar. Ben, can I just make the spell?
The spell!
Can I just eat some laxatives and shit out the spell scroll?
So, I assume that this conversation in story was, discussing things over breakfast and as you were heading out on breakfast and things like that.
Yeah, something like that. Or like it's been third person via ROM the entire day running around delivering ideas back and forth. But yeah, no, that's something. It'd be definitely convenient to have a flying familiar look out for things, give us an idea of troop patterns, what to avoid, to avoid. But yeah, no, setting up a base camp outside of Varrot on the non-Scourge side would be the play, I think. We can probably just go there from Borealis. And after that, we see if if we can if grabbing any Scourges is an idea, then we'd have to once again set up the base camp, find the troop patterns, get in, get out, I mean, if we get one Scourge from Borealis, we have to leave, right? Or no, it was the plan was to then alert McShane or whatever, and they teleport in to grab the Scourge and fuck off.
If he can.
Something else that Simon might want to bother the Arcanist about is getting a safe way to handle the Scourges. Like if the bitch, the lady, I don't remember her name, Arcanist can offer a anti-magic bag or something. I don't know. That's probably a dumb thing, but still, it might be something worth Simon asking after.
I feel like an anti-magic bag wouldn't really stop a Scourge.
I mean, it might make it slightly safer to handle in the short term, and that's kind of the goal until we get it into the hands of the summit.
Don't light any candles.
Something like a lead-lined box or something. A container of
I was
lead.
thinking something more subtle than that, since we're gonna have to, throw it in there and fuck off, But yeah, no, maybe one or two of those if there's two Scourges to grab. Then we, once we're back to safety, we have the summit take it out, or even see if they can just take, exfiltrate the entire group for us.
Wait, hold on, real quick. How much time do I have in game?
That's a good question. When are you guys planning to leave? That's been the question.
We don't have
until
a
Walker's
definite
done with the thing,
date.
at least.
Yeah.
But
And
if
you
we're gonna
also
wait
want
for Simon's shit that you just requested, it could be a bit.
Well, we don't know how long it's going to be. How long's the fucking bowl going to take, Vin?
How long's
A
what? I'm
week
sorry.
still?
The
The
bowl?
bowl?
I mean, to the point where Owen can use it for what he needs. Probably by tonight, you could have it done enough that you could finish the tiny little bits on the road, like while you're not sleeping and things. Like
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
getting very close.
We'll
Like-
probably drag it out another 2 or 3 days just to make sure it gets done correctly and not so he fucks up on the road or something. Does that sound about right, Ben?
I mean, yeah, if you really
William,
want.
I'm bored of fucking around in this city!
I'm sorry, Alex.
Sounds like you're right, Phil.
Christ.
I think Alex is upset.
Oh, Alex getting upset.
Oh.
Alex would rather a hack and slash dungeoneering game.
So.
She wants to play a meat grinder.
I'm sorry, Alex screaming at William always makes me so happy.
Stop.
I just like it when my friends abuse my good friend William Stevenson.
That's William Philibred, I'll have you know.
Oh.
I'm not mad or annoyed or anything. I just want to move on.
Nick, I wish
get
you were
it.
more
I
mean
also
to
move on,
William.
but there's shit that needs to be done still. I know Finn gave us an out just now, but it's also shit Walker wants to do. Which,
Okay.
like
so,
I said, I
with that, is there anything else you guys need to plan during breakfast?
it was the idea of, okay, so we have, that's why I want to talk, so we can keep track of things more easily. So we have our initial route, our first and second stop. We know what we're going to do if we get the binding. Simon's going to ask about the familiar and the, temporary storage for a binding. We know that what we're going to do with a binding once we get it. We do have kind of to play by ear the individual get in, get out. But again, that's more minute planning that isn't really part of this or needed to be part of this. Yeah, I mean, we have exfiltration planned. Is there anything else needs to be planned?
I feel like we talked to someone from the summit about like anti-magic wouldn't work or something, or maybe I just am
I
thinking
don't remember that.
completely wrong. Okay, I'm probably just thinking about it really wrong.
We established that. I mean, the fucking candle was in the anti-magic room, and that's why they couldn't find it.
True. Okay.
So, I mean, yeah. So the idea of an anti-magic like lead bag would be to stop them from also scrying after it immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, that would be really awkward as if we pulled off the heist and grabbed the binding and they're fucking
Fucking
so
please
You
don't.
open the
Not
door
gonna
and there's just an army sitting on the other side.
Yeah. Also, maybe we should get like a larger lead line bag so we can throw Owen's sister in, so she can't be scryed out.
Oh.
Yeah, that might be the one we want to use the fucking summit to exfiltrate with. Like, I mean,
I don't
assuming-
want to be that guy, but like, what happens if we find a binding that's like,
Big?
like a piano or something?
Nick.
I
Then
don't,
we don't
dude,
really-
I don't know, man. I was
we
trying to
have
think of like a
fucking
heavy
fucking
piece or some
rabbits.
medieval object. I guess pianos aren't medieval. I already looked this up.
They're kind of medieval.
Pianos, I think, came
Harpsichord?
from like the.
Yeah,
There you
the
go.
proto piano. Organ.
You bring Ishri, Evian, and Rom, and they lift heavy object. That's their only job.
Rom cast the lift object.
I mean, Ishri does have levitate, so she could do that actually. That is a thing she could do.
And then you can throw it at someone.
That's
If you
good.
threw a
Exactly.
levitated object at someone, it would still have like momentum and shit, right? And be big. Would it
I
hurt?
mean, you could also turn off levitate, like as it's about to happen.
There you
Let's
go.
throw a piano at the leader of the red band.
Throw a
Anyway.
binding piano at the leader of the red
Yeah,
band.
let's move on,
magical
okay.
nuclear piano.
So if it's big,
piano.
if it's
Oh.
big, if it's big, we use the fucking stupid ass dickheads. I mean the summit to get
We
it
have
out.
I was like, we have names.
I have your name in front of me. Summit. We use a summit to get it out. We just have them teleported away. And that's on them,
Otherwise,
not on-
try and escape with it in a lead-lined container.
Yes.
Very
Maybe
big
maybe a small
lead
box that can
line
just be like thrown in a bag or on the back of a
A
bag.
box
or
of
something.
significance, if you...
It's not that significant. A box of great use.
So, anything else you guys need to plan?
Does anyone else have anything that I'm missing from this whole thing besides Nick, who already mentioned the fucking piano idea? Thanks.
I listen. I just wanted to bring that up. So when fucking Ben's just like, you round the corner and there before you is a piano.
And
I'll be the
there
guy. I'll
before-
be like, I fucking told you.
There before
No,
you is
would
a
you
used
believe it?
2007 Volkswagen Beetle.
Oh,
One of the bindings is a
Who's
living
upstairs?
horse. One of the bindings is a living horse.
The binding was Luoth all along.
And to activate it,
Don't
you have to
take it back.
you had to get to death.
Anyway, so come on, guys. Let's come on. We're losing it tonight. We need to
Yeah,
bring it
okay.
on in.
So anyone else have any things? Or is that the extent of our planning?
That's it, bro.
All right,
If,
well,
if that's
since-
if this is just a general conversation about things we need to do before we leave,
Can
Rick
be.
has made clear that he's not accompanying us, right?
Yeah, more or
Yes.
less.
Pretty much.
Then at some point Owen will bring up, I don't know if it's immediate or not, but he'll bring up he'll ask if he's going to be all right when we leave, and heavily imply that his debtors will come to collect at some point.
Oh
Wait.
no.
Of course it'll be fine. I just need I need to. I just when I was out with Albert, he assured me I'd be fine, and I mean, y'all got everything kind of set up here.
I mean,
And your
if he's staying,
mom
at
wouldn't mind
the-
having me, would she? You know, for as long as till I can get out of here.
I mean, if he's staying at the MacDurk residence, what debtor's gonna have the balls to go after him?
Owen shrugs. That depends on how much he owes.
Hooker glances at him. How much was that exactly? Because you left him for dead, right?
It'll be fine, all right? Don't y'all worry about me. You got your own shit pickle to worry about.
But if it's something we can help with before we take our leave.
I'm fine with letting you take your chances, Rick, but you might want to try to instill a bit more confidence in your niece. Simon, can you take those chips elsewhere?
And here I thought you were gonna ask him to cast some instill confidence spell. That works too.
Ah!
I just
Oh, shit.
I feel like we shouldn't be eating apples during important conversations, even if they are wedge.
I'm sorry.
So, with that, the planning complete.
I guess he doesn't want our help. All right, that's fine. I'm fine.
Hang on.
Seems
Everyone's together, so Walker's got some more shit.
okay. This breakfast has never got. This is the never-ending breakfast.
Breakfast purgatory.
It's a fucking
with,
liminal breakfast.
breakfast purgatory with the Shine Watch.
Breakfast purgatory with William fucking Stevenson.
There
Alex
you
is
go.
about to scream at you again, William. Watch out.
Why? Alex, what the fuck?
What? I wasn't.
So Walker, after the conversation ends, Walker back to his work for a second, and you'll let the silence hang in the air for a second and say, I also was hoping to address my problem a bit more before we left.
Oh yeah, imagine that. Sorry.
We would be an asshole, Rom. What the fuck? I'm assuming Rom doesn't say that.
I'm not here, so I'm gonna shut up now.
Why isn't Rom here? This is
We're
the
back
breakfast.
in time.
Assuming
Yeah, we're
everyone's
back in
asked.
time, Alex. We
Oh.
skipped ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Are you okay, Alex? Oh my god.
You fucking Ven make me so agitated sometimes. Just
What?
tell me what you said and let's continue.
What did I do? I'm just trying to play D&D, Alex.
What did you say, William? Please, God.
Walker said, you know, I was hoping to address my issue a bit more before we left.
Owen kind of shifts uncomfortably, and he, without looking at anyone in particular, staring pointedly out the window, he says, gesturing at Walker vaguely, "You've not had any problems since you put on the amulet?"
No, but I might die if we go on this trip. I'd rather not leave this unresolved.
Does that mean you want to try another night with the amulet off?
I do.
I don't think it's a bad idea. I think it's worth the try.
With the right precautions, I think it's... Well, I would like to do it. I feel like I need to.
It'll be dangerous.
Well, that's the name of the game these days.
I suppose more dangerous than traveling headlong into a hostile army.
Suppose only time will tell. Well,
Do you wish to
Okay.
do so tonight, or
if you all are ready.
we can take it in turns to stay up with you, watch over you?
Hmm.
We want to set a designated time after which we wake him.
Well, I didn't die after, what, a whole night? Change?
Who is to say it won't be different the second time?
Well, say let's give it 8 hours then.
We're with you, of course.
This isn't something I'd try. If I didn't have you all on my back.
With our magic?
Yes, Ishri.
We'll keep you safe. Don't worry.
Walker nods after a moment.
Owen kind of gets over his awkwardness, embarrassment, and he smiles around at everybody and he says, his voice brimming with pride, "Shine watch. We are stronger together."
Hmm. Maybe once it's been resolved, we can go back to that training, Owen.
And as quickly as his awkwardness and embarrassment disappeared, it returns, and Owen makes a non-committal grunt before looking away.
Training?
I suppose you weren't around when we were doing that. I had the idea in my head that I could try to learn magic like how Owen has. That I'd rather be the one of the flyers than allow Roy to be one. We both were born under similar circumstances. I don't see why he would have magic but not me. Suppose it could just be how magic works or what have you, but it's worth a try. Or it was. I thought so, at least. We didn't exactly get anywhere, though.
That's not true.
Oh.
Owen kind of
Kind of looks at his hands. Do you know something I don't?
Owen gestures vaguely at Simon, then at himself, and he says, "You can't just. I've never heard of anyone who just snaps his fingers. Just had it like that. Got to build on it, you know."
Ishri shrugs and says, I'm pretty sure I was a baby the first time I cast magic, so perhaps though it's just the blessing of Norio.
Roy was as well. Well, either way. We'll have more to work on later. For now, I'm gonna focus on this, and he gestures to the bull.
Owen nods, still looking a little bit uncomfortable.
If all goes well, I'll be putting in the... I'll be beginning the finishing touches tomorrow. If things don't go well, it's not that hard to put the cabochons in. You should be able to at least have something out of it at that point.
Owen turns back to Walker and meets his eyes, and he says, his voice even, "We're not going to let anything happen to you, Walker."
I trust that, but it's better to be prepared for anything. And that's all Walker's got to say.
Oh. At that point, you guys break for the day, getting various things. Who all is going to be out doing...
Owen.
Hey.
Ishri.
Ishri, Owen, Evian. Is Rom going out there too? Or is she working on preparations, horse things, whether or not they're being... What's Rom doing?
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, I said yes.
To...
The preparation stuff.
Okay. Doing your preparations, seeing whether or not you're going to be bringing horses, getting plans for rations, things like that, finishing up what you did the other day. It is, late afternoon, probably, 3, 4-ish, like getting into later afternoon. That, those of you out training, Owen, Ishri, and Evian out with the Rat Creek Militia, you see a pretty strange sight. A group of maybe 6 or 8, yeah, like at first you can't really tell, but you just see like maybe 6 or 8 like very much traditional full plate armor knight.
Like, not garish knights?
Not so much. Not, I'm sorry, knocked off court.
Sorry,
Omen
pal.
Omen Fortitus. 1051. Yes, definitely not garish. Like, I'm talking, these are your traditional, shining, beautiful, polished armor knights on horse.
Can
there
Owen,
are-
like, identify them based on, like, heraldry, or has he seen anybody like this before?
Give me a history check. They are, like, there were 3 in front in an arrowhead formation and 3 in back in a more widespread arrowhead formation of a very large armored, covered wagon. Like, very nice. Give me a history check, see if you can identify the banner. You can identify the banner. You've heard it. You don't know shit about Garland, but you know this foreign thing.
I'm gonna need that later.
You recognize it is a silver and gray banner of something known as the House of Light. The House of Light they are a independent military that operates out of Ceresis. They are stationed in Gallowborn, the capital of Ceresis. But they are very much independent of it, and as such, independent of the Dragonheart Alliance as well. They are considered like they're like the big dick mercenaries. Like, they're very independent to the point where, like, you don't know a lot just because there's not a lot you would know based on where you're from, but, like, these are the big dick mercenaries, the fucking best of the best. They don't have a central leadership that says, all right, everyone do this. They're very much independent even beyond that. Some of the, probably one of the best reputation-wise mercenarial groups in the world that you've heard of, anyway.
And Owen hasn't heard any, like, this is the first he's hearing of them.
Yes.
He's just gonna walk on up.
As you start to walk up, the one at the front of the arrowhead formation just pauses and just, "You there. I am Lord Marcus Luke Vale of the House of Light, 1st Lieutenant Wraith Company. I am looking for the leader of Nostwin."
Hail. My name is Owen McDurk.
There's a pause for a moment.
The Heart Tender
The
can be found.
McDurks?
Aye.
For the leader of the kin?
I am not.
Another pause for a moment. He kind of looks back towards the wagon.
The Heart Tender can be found within the city.
But you're not the leader of Kintaran. You're a McDurk, though.
I'm his son.
There's a bit of confusion as he, like, rears back a foot or two. Lord Eldon, you're required. And you see as the side door swings open, even, like, the fucking wagon is heavily armored, and, like, this is a level of, like, not gallantry, but impressiveness and etc. that is very impressive, very, very wealthy in a we have weapons type of deal. And you see coming out first this man in a set of full plate shining silver armor with a simple cloak of white, almost perfectly clean, and coming out behind him, Kim, if you would please describe your character.
Sorry. Comes a average height, a woman who has pretty long dark brown hair. She has a pretty bright colored dress with some leather kind of corset and shoulder pads on it. She seems very confident and also confused as to why she's here, but just generally amused at this. Might actually be something going on. She's also covered in various types of black and gray tattoos. Pretty much everywhere. She has 1 or 2 on her face. She has some all over her arms and her hands, as well as on her neck and her chest. Or at least everywhere you can see. She also has a little wooden box on her shoulder that seems to be holding on somehow. That's not it. Just
the difference in these two people coming out is nothing short of ridiculous. The man who's 6'3", fully armored, this impressive war machine of full plate, and then this woman who does not look anything like them. And he just comes out and, what is it? And turns and, Lord Alden, man claims to be a Dirk, but not the leader. The Lord, the gentleman leading, he not wearing a helmet, but you could tell he almost always does. His hair naturally kind of brushed back, maybe 40s-ish, maybe early 50s, slightly gray, otherwise very... It looks like the kind of person who had probably jet black hair when they were younger. And he, very clean-shaven. All of these people are very clean-shaven. Like, they all have a very much a Superman-esque type of look. And comes up to you and just, like, walking, not on horseback like many of the others. He just comes up to you and... You're a McDurk, is it?
Aye. The name's Owen.
Kind of pauses and he turns back to the woman who came out behind him.
Yeah, she has a quizzical look, an eyebrow raised. A McDurk. That's unusual. I didn't believe any... from what I had heard, there wasn't many from the family left.
Owen lets out a wry chuckle, and he says, "I'll take more than the red band. Put down the McDurks."
Well, I haven't met many of you all yet, but this seems pretty interesting. I am still trying to figure out what is going on with these red bands. House of Light here won't go anywhere near them right now. They're kind of boring, really.
They are wise to keep their distance. Owen inclines his head towards the who he presumes is the commander of these knights.
Lord Voss turns. It is not a matter, young miss, of not going near them. It is a matter of making decisions with all of the information first. And at this point, he turns towards Owen.
I didn't say it wasn't it was unwise.
He turns towards Owen as you say that, and you speak as a McDurk, but you are not the leader. I wish to bring my band, the Wraith Company of the House of Light, to join your...
It doesn't... It vanishes quickly, but Owen can't help but, like, as this man says those words, he casts an approving eye over the company of knights, and just for a second there's a boyish grin that he's very excited to have these mercenaries at his side, and he quickly covers it behind a mask of general welcomeness, and he inclines his head again and he says, "There's good news. Shall I take you to the Hearttender and my father?"
He gives a nod, please, and he pauses and turns back towards Sophia. Young miss, will you be alright now that we've reached the city? That you will not be in any danger.
I believe I'll be okay. I probably would have been fine up tonight, but I appreciate your escorting me up to here.
The stories and dangers of the Red Band are nothing to take lightly, young miss.
Yes, I understand.
And at this point, he gives this very heavy bow, even in this armor. Like a surprisingly flexible bow, his cape falling to the side, his cloak just kind of billowing, and he stands back up, gives you a nod. We'll hope that we will meet again.
Well, same here.
Very quickly turns towards Owen to follow him to Eastwind Keep.
Owen, he kind of looks back and forth between. He didn't hear Sophia's name, right? Like that's not,
No.
Okay. He looks back and forth between her and the knights, and just kind of like raises an eyebrow. But then he inclines his head to her and he says, "Miss," and then he just turns around and leaves. He will kind of whistle. He'll put two fingers to the corners of his mouth and whistle, hoping to attract the attention of his other companions who are nearby.
That apparently respond to whistles like horses.
I didn't know I was a horse now.
So, would it be possible for me to tag along as well? I have some interest in the Red Band and helping against it.
Unprepared for her to join in, Owen will he'll kind of turn back and he'll say he'll kind of flush a little bit and he'll say, "Oh, I'm sorry. Seem to have lost my manners. The name's Owen," and they'll hold out a hand.
My name is Sophia, and she'll shake his hand.
He has a firm but polite handshake.
At this point, if you're a bit closer, you'd notice on her shoulder, the little box that you had noticed before previously has little arms and little legs, and it is a music box. And it seems to be moving.
His grip maybe tightens a little bit when he notices it, but other than that, he doesn't say anything. And he says, "If you wish to join the fight against the Red Band, then you are most welcome here."
Well, I'm trying to figure out exactly what's going on. I prefer to keep more of a neutral ground until I know exactly what's happening on both sides. And I mean, I feel like the best way to know what's happening over here is to, well, travel with somebody from the McDurk family would be a good start.
Owen smiles widely. He says, "Well, I think I'm the only one who's going to be doing any traveling, but as I said, you're welcome to tag along for now. I think I know someone who you'd like to talk to.
Okay.
She is also, she prefers, as you do, to make absolute certainty that she is on the correct side."
I see. Well, you seem to have a pretty interesting band of friends. She's looking back to everybody around.
For the record now, getting a eye on what's going on, Sophia, you can see that it is a slightly ramshackle, especially compared to what you're used to. It is a very quickly put together, not very organized war camp of somewhere around 200 to 300 people outside off on the eastern side of the road here.
Owen himself is not dressed like a warrior. He's wearing a kilt and kind of a loose white shirt.
And you do see coming from the camp two surprisingly human-looking horses.
Damn, I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm
one
sorry.
of them looks like one is an
I'm
elfin
sorry.
looking.
One of them's an elvish horse.
I'm sorry, two surprisingly humanoid-looking horses.
There you go.
Ugh.
Well, those are some unusual beings over there. I never quite seen anything like that, I don't believe.
Avian, you and Ishri finally get over to where Owen is speaking to the House of Light and this strange woman with them.
She does not look like a warrior whatsoever either. She has a bright yellow dress, very few scars, no real weapons on her. She has like a backpack and pouch, but that's about it.
Owen, was that whistle meant for us or Luo?
His already sort of pink cheeks kind of redden even further. And Owen, he kind of coughs a little bit and he says, sorry, I should have just called.
It was only a joke, I don't mind. At that point, I think Evian would turn to Sophia and say, and who's this?
Oh, this is, Owen looks sideways at her. This is, Sophia. She is traveling with the House of Light.
Do I know what the House of Light is, Ben?
Give me a history check.
Sir, yes, sir. Where'd my character sheet go? I hate it. It's in alphabetical order. This shouldn't be hard. There it is.
Nope. Never heard of it.
Evian just kind of keeps a blank face and says, right, okay.
They're basically knight in shining armors that go around trying to do good stuff and help people. She'd say that after looking at his, like, cool look.
So, mercenaries.
Sure,
Yes.
but, like, they only do good stuff, the kind of, you know? They they will not take any job.
They would not deign to work with the Red Band.
They probably also don't take pay from some in certain situations. I don't really know. They just kind of help Nick come and get here. They seem like great guys.
Ishri will hold out her hand and say in stuttering Garish, hello, my name is Ishri. And then she'll say, do you speak the native tongue? And she'll say that one in Lenorian.
Yes.
Thank the gods.
Yes?
She then responds in Lenorian happily. Are you here to see Owen, the doctor, about your skin condition? And she just points at your face, probably touching it.
Oh no!
My skin condition? Do you mean the drawing there on my skin?
Yes, the last time we met someone with markings like that, you said it was a skin condition? They had markings on their face? Yes?
I personally wouldn't know. I paid somebody to get these, so I would rather nobody take them away, personally. But, I mean, it's possible the other person had a very strange and precise skin condition that caused the specific lines on their face. Although, I'd be surprised.
So why do you have those on your face, then?
Oh, I have the variety of these. Like, she would look at her arm at this point. For various reasons. I mean, they're good reminders of various spells I can cast.
Spells?
Yes, spells. They're not illegal here, from what I remember anyways. Right?
Quite the opposite.
Wonderful.
It's rare to run into someone who has magic.
Yes. I've accumulated a little bit across the years, as you can notice. Although not all of these are actually magical. I've had to figure out some stuff at the beginning. Messed up a couple times. But you know how it is.
I'm torn between having Owen give her a knowing nod or just blush and go away. He settles for something that's like halfway between and just isn't really either of them.
Oh, she gives him a quizzical look and is like, well, are we gonna go to see whoever you wanted us to meet?
Oh,
Because I'm pretty sure he's still waiting over there. She'd point to the rest of the House of Light, who's just, I'm assuming, still around.
Yeah, he has gotten onto the front of the wagon now that you're in town next to the man who was driving it, and the lieutenant was also on his horse. They were waiting for you, Owen.
Owen's going to lean into Evian and Ishri, and he's going to say, is Rom coming, or is she going to stay? Or...
Is Rob here? I can't remember.
Rom was doing
where she ended up.
preparations.
I thought Rom was
Rom's
in training.
not here.
No.
No.
Okay, well then I'm bad. I'm sorry.
Is Rom? Hey, is Rom coming?
No, no one ever listens to me.
Can you summon
Sorry,
Rom?
I thought for some reason I even wrote it down in my notes.
Can you whistle? Can you do the Rom whistle, Ishri?
Rom is in a weird
Scream.
perpetual state of doing everything and nothing today.
If that's the case, Owen would
don't
just
make me Schrodinger's D&D and D&D character. Jesus.
Too late.
Owen will just try and catch the attention of Random or one of the other commanders and kind of nod at the House of Light and then wave and begin to lead the way inside Nashtwin.
Bren gives a quick thumbs up and then continues to seemingly deal with all manner of messes with the inconsistent qualities of the weapons and armor that have been so far delivered. Shields ranging from small leather bucklers to a couple of cracked but still usable, like, full-size kite shields, and a lot of things in between.
They gave my boys cracked shields. That's
They're
upsetting.
giving them everything they can.
Yeah, I guess a cracked shield's better than no shield.
Well, a kite shield. You lead this set of what you're counting as at least 8. There is the wagon driver, the Lord Commander, and then the 3 in the front and 3 in the back. So at least 8 armed and armored men through Nashtwin. A city that... Sophia, it's not unlike some places you've been. But there is definitely, it is more splayed out. There's more everyone, almost every house has something resembling a yard. There's more roads, like even the alleys have room between them. And just like even getting closer and closer to the, like heading south towards the main keep, which you would presume is the end destination here. Even getting closer to what you would consider the main squares, the main places of trade and things, even then there's room. There's no...
A lot more spacious than what she's used to, basically.
Considerably.
Okay.
It's also green. There's lots of green.
Very
in
green.
Nashtwin.
Yeah, it's probably a lot greener than she's used to as well. Yeah, makes sense. Well, this is actually quite a beautiful place. I couldn't really enjoy any of it because I was locked in a wagon before.
They locked you in there? I thought you said they were
No.
good people.
No, I was being dramatic. They just insisted I should stay in the carriage instead of ride on my horse. Would you like to meet Billy? She's asking this to Ishri.
Is Billy a horse?
Yes. Well, he's a bit unusual. He can not spook people, but he looks a bit unusual.
This doesn't fly towards me.
I mean, I just need a minute. We can walk into the... I mean, I guess it might be better afterwards. This might just, drag a bit of attention right now. Don't worry about it.
I wouldn't want to draw attention to ourselves, Owen says as he looks around at the column of armored knights behind us.
Traveling through the city towards the outer courtyards of the Eastwind Keep, there is, even amongst Garland, which, Sophia, the next thing that you notice is the population here is fucking, like, there are literally, like, entire streets that have been blocked off and turned into what amount to refugee camps, where people are just in tents and bedrolls, things like that. There are community, just pots of stew and things like that set up in the street. This place is very overpopulated. Even amongst that, like, people are very, like, head-turny about this group of knights coming through.
Okay. She'd probably have a bit of a, sad look while seeing this, but it wouldn't, she'd still continue on.
Continuing towards the outer courtyards, you cut through, and as you head past the stables of the outer courtyard, you see Rom doing daily feedings of the horses. Rom, you see Owen leading a series of very impressive silvery knights behind him.
Rom raises her eyebrows and waves.
He waves back.
As you do so, the Wraith Company Lieutenant, Marcus Luke Vale, he gets off of his horse, right behind where Owen is, and just kind of guides the reins towards you, Rom.
Oh, no.
Just keep good care of her. Pats the horse. She's a good one. And then the others start to disembark and get ready to do the same.
Oh, well, as charming a horse as she is, I don't do this sort of thing. I don't work here.
There's a bit of momentary confusion as he starts to, take the reins back. Even the horses have fucking beautiful silvered, polished armor on, and you just take it back and just looks confusingly a bit at Owen.
If you have need of a groom, I'm sure that one of us could fetch one for you.
Into the courtyards.
That would be ideal. Traveled a long way to be here.
Presumably, if there's some other horse-carrying person around, Rom would know where they are currently?
Yes, it is... Normally they are nearby, or sometimes the guards of the heap will deal with it, but it's not shift change, but, it's lunch hour right now, essentially. So...
Well, I'll go see if I can fetch somebody.
You'd be able to. You'd probably just have to head over to the, probably to the quartermaster's office, essentially, where the Einblade that you met with a few times was. After a couple of moments, you're able to bring someone who immediately just starts, very quickly, sure, I got this one then. Alright. Oh, there's a lot of them. Very in over his head at this point. Military war horses like this are pretty rare, and this dude looks a little intimidated by how well kept they are, but doing his best. Meanwhile, as that's happening, the lieutenant looks to you, Raman. My apologies. Used to people that I see being emotions, being there, that being their job, and the reverence with which you care for them. I apologize. And he does a half bow.
Oh, no harm done. I'm actually with the young Lord McDurk here.
I apologize, I did
Owen!
not know that the young lord had so many retainers.
Owen,
Are you
Don't
going
worry, there's
to
more of
introduce
us.
me to your charming new friends?
Owen looks like he doesn't want to be here, man. He looks around and he just hi, Rom, this is and he kind of steps aside. This is Sophia.
Hello. She, comparatively to everybody else, looks more like an excited child.
And these
Well, a
are
pleasure to meet you.
knights of the House of Light who have come to help our people against the Red Band.
Oh, how wonderful.
We're going to see my father if you wish to come.
All right. Loth and everyone seems to be having a good day. Sure.
And he says before he can forget again, he says, it was the lieutenant that's been talking to Ram, right?
Yes.
He says, and Lieutenant, it is not not a big deal, but these people are not my retainers. We are all members of Shinewatch.
Pauses for a moment, considers. He looks back to his Lord Commander, who shakes his head. He turns back. I have not heard of the Shinewatch that you speak.
Owen gets that boyish grin back on his face, and he says, "Well, give it a few years."
He gives a very respectful and genuine nod. The level of courtesy and just manners that these people show is so different from everything else in Garland. It's
oh my gosh!
It's
he's
very.
He's gonna say thank you. He's going to insist on a full meal before we start drinking.
I also gave you guys their names, so you can actually remember who the hell's who here.
Better write them down. But Owen will, if Ram decides to join us, Owen will lead the way up to the actual courtyard, and he'll take one of the guards aside, and he'll bid him or her to announce our visitors and fetch both Angus, the heart tender, and if she can be found, his mother as well. Not the heart tender's mother, his mother, Owen's mother.
Just give it a few days. The heart tender's mom's on her way from Arndwayne. She'll be here. But yes, after a moment, a quiet moment as they're being fetched, Lord Commander Eldon comes up and just has this slightly, like, now he's wearing his helmet, this very impressive full plate helmet with this completely white, probably horsehair sallet of just this beautiful plume coming down maybe 3 feet onto like his shoulder, coming out of it, and it's just like everything about these people is like perfectly clean and manicured. Which is all the more surprising given the stories you've heard, Owen, of how they are some of the most well-trained and ruthless fighters in the world. But yes, after a moment, he does walk forward, and he just... Oh. I was under the impression that all of the McDurks had died in the invasion, that only the Patriarch... And he kind of motions towards Sophia as he says that.
Well,
Yeah.
as I told Sophia, it will take more than the Red Band to bring about the end of the McDurks. And as he gets towards the end of his sentence, Owen's voice kind of hardens into something akin to steel.
It is good to hear that not all of the stories are true. That many may be dead and rumors still live in reality. So, what is the status of this invasion from the Red Band?
My father may wish to tell you himself. But the short version is they have taken all the lands of my people, Kintaran.
He narrows his eyes slightly and just, like, looks to you to continue, but then before you get a chance to, he seemingly has this epiphany and just And this has to do with those scourges, as they have been called. Is that correct? Right. The young Miss Sophia here has done a great job in debriefing us on some of the more intricate matters regarding this war.
We have a lot of time.
Owen does that thing where he like his head slowly turns towards Sophia, and like as when he looks at her, one eyebrow raises.
She just smiles and says, "We had a lot of time."
You seem to be very familiar with the happenings in Garland.
I like to study history a lot.
Well, it's true enough. They've let loose 3, if I remember correctly. 3 scourges on my people. One of which killed my 2 brothers.
Very hard. Sorry to hear this. What exactly do these scourges look like?
One kind of... He looks around, hoping that there's going to be somebody else who can tell the story.
As an aside, while you mention the Scourge and your 2 brothers dying, the Lord Commander and the rest of the soldiers, almost in unison, take their helmets off, hold them in their left hand, and say a prayer of some sort in Seresian.
I fucking love these guys. These guys are great. Owen he won't say anything, but he'll nod a quiet thank you to the knights.
What I have heard. Stories are heinous. Hear first-hand, even second-hand accounts would be. Please. And, waiting for someone to tell about these urges.
It's hard to imagine exactly what it's like when you hear it from such distant things, as it's barely a rumor.
I was only there for 2 of the 3. The first was more than a year ago. It was after they had taken Citre and they pushed on towards Barat. Furos, I think they call it. Men, warriors, who felt no pain, never tired, to not allow injury to stop them. They pushed us back to the very walls that keep at Barat. And then they all died, all at once. Owen kind of shakes his head with that familiar middle distance look to his companions. It was one of the strangest things I've ever seen.
Quick question. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering, do any of you speak Seresian?
Nope. Owen has been talking in Garsh this entire time.
Okay, now you speak Seresian. That's important to note.
Everybody, I assume everybody who's been speaking to us is speaking Garish, other than when Ishri spoke Lenorian?
Yes.
For the prayer.
Do any of you speak Astorian?
Nope.
You already know my languages, right?
Yeah.
Man, where's Amari, dude? Come
I
on,
think.
bro.
I think we talked about.
I'm cool with non-players, thanks.
What's it?
Same.
Before, but I think nobody knew it unless it was Amari.
Yeah, Amari was the translator here.
And yes, Rom will translate for Ishri.
Thank you.
Then there was Petrica. I was in the woods outside of Morban when it happened with my uncle. We and one other escaped with our lives, but others of my company were not so lucky. The forest, it turned to stone. It is... kind of shakes his head. It is not a place I would wish to return to if I had the choice. It is... plays tricks on the mind. Makes you think things that... well...
And it's enchanted as well as being petrified.
there is some magic about it that I do not understand. And the last was... I don't know its name, I don't know what they call it, but my brothers were out at sea in the Gulf. They kind of waves a hand in a vaguely northeastern direction. I was told that the water was turned to ice. The air itself was frozen. Most of Garland's navy was lost. I confess I don't know much about it.
So, you've lost most of your navy. That... For a country whose strongest army, from my understanding, was the navy, that must have been a pretty bad hit.
Before he can stop himself, Owen lets out kind of a snort. And he says, aye, well, the Kintaran warriors would, they might not agree, but aye.
I'm sure their warriors are very fierce, but it's still wise to realize where your strengths lie.
Owen's just gonna... I think he'll motion to Evian and he'll just kind of say, Evian knows much more of what our navy was than I do.
Now she looks over to him, intrigued a bit.
I just now realized I'm muted. I was just trying to talk. It didn't work. I was only in it for a short period of time. So, not... about 2 weeks before I met all of you, actually. So, my stint of knowledge did not last long.
Oh, that's understandable.
It is the Arnshade kin who they supply most of the ships and the sailors. Many of our Arnshade brothers were lost during that scourge. And I think this time it's Owen's turn to do his own little quiet prayer.
One of the Kintaran guards comes back and very curiously just, all right, they said that they can't come out, but they will meet you the inner courtyard. Free to go in there, and motions towards in the direction of the inner courtyard and entryway of the east. After a moment, the Lord Commander turns with a curious glance to Owen, first to Sophia, then to Owen.
Shall I present you, Lord Commander?
That is not needed. Oh. Just approval that I am not stepping on any toes.
Do I know what, like, is he trying to, like, insinuate something there?
Yeah, inside that, can I, what's going on?
Yeah, go ahead. Both of you can give me an insight check.
Do I just roll it in the public roll? I'm not used to this, sorry.
Yeah, public.
Blind, right?
Actually, no, yeah, insight checks, do a blind GM roll.
Okay.
Thank you, Nick, for reminding me. I always forget.
That's what I assumed, but I just want to make sure.
I'll tell you what, Ven. Ever since I rolled that nat 20 on that inside check and then gave it up, I've never forgotten since then. It haunts me. it literally haunts me.
Oh, that's fun. Oh, best you can tell, Sophia, you've been with this guy a while, and he just seems like he's being overly cautious about not offending anyone.
Okay.
Owen, much the same, but there's a sense of, like, he obviously doesn't completely understand Garish culture, and, like, is worried about being presented as threatening with the amount of, like, weapons, armor, bringing these men, things like that. Definitely a sense of, like, trying to gauge whether or not he will be well received given how he is currently presenting himself.
Knowing Angus as Owen does Owen, like, think that there's, like, a, you know, proper way that he should go about this, or, like...
It's Garland, and Angus definitely don't give a fuck. Like...
Seeing the Lord Commander's caution, Owen will kind of let out a good-natured chuckle, and he'll he'll say, "Just be sure not to challenge anyone to a duel, and everything will be all right."
He gives this very stern look. Not really, like, he acknowledges the chuckle, but does not, like, and he just, never been a duel, never challenged a Grimsar that did not face a deserving fate. Would not start now.
Just so.
He turns to his men. Wraith Company! They immediately just stand up straight, and they begin not walking in perfect goose step or anything, but they move in a very trained. You follow, or you guide him in. Is everyone else going with you? Ishri, is everyone else going with him?
I mean,
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know why not.
Like, while we're heading inside, Owen's gonna, like, kind of say it in an undertone, just so, like, you know, the rest of his friends and Sophia can hear. He'll lean in and he'll say, is there anything I should call you, Sophia? A title or anything like that?
No, Sophia should be fine.
Very well. And Owen will lead the way into the courtyard.
Upon arriving, you see there are about 24 guards, troops, soldiers of Garland. There's no rhyme or reason to them. There's a couple of, you know, Kindarin's finest shielded berserkers, a couple of the inner keep guards of Nosh Dween, a couple of just, there's no real consistency to it. It seems like whoever was around, they were like, all right, we got people that want to meet us outside the courtyard. arm up just in case type of thing.
I love Garland so much, man.
Just look impressive or something.
Yeah. Like, some of them are like, you can tell, like, some of them were probably just in the hitting the fucking showers or something. Like, one dude's got a claymore strapped to his back, but he's not wearing a shirt right now. Like, these people were not, like, this was very much a, all right, we'll meet him. Fuck it, we need help type of thing. And you see in the middle the heart tender and your father Angus.
Fiona's not there.
Fiona is not currently there.
Sad. Owen will lead the column of knights and Shinewatch and Sophia up to where he judges is a respectful distance from Angus and the heart tender, and he'll stop and he'll clear his throat and raise his voice, and he'll say, Lord McDurk, Lord Hearttender, may I present the Lady Sophia and the House of Light Wraith Company. And he'll step aside and motion for the Lord Commander and or Sophia to speak.
Sophia will do a curtsy as being introduced.
The when introduced, the Wraith Company, all again almost in unison, right hand in a fist, the left side of their breastplate, very simple, a very echoed slamming of chainmail on iron. And after a moment, it would be Lord Commander who moves forward about 2 more steps. Lord Angus McDurk, Hearttender. Pauses for a moment and kind of like looks back to Sophia, a bit nervous, and like he tries to whisper, "What was the Hearttender's name again?"
I know this.
I mean, I'm assuming Sophia knows it. I don't.
Yeah, Sophia would know. Dominic, Arcane.
Dominic Arcane.
Hearttender Dominic Arcane. My name is Lord Commander Voss Eldon of the Wraith Company of the House of Light. We have seen the plight that you have been dealt. This scourge upon your lands brought about by the Red Band. We wish to offer our swords in your service, till whence this scourge has been purged, and your lands are whole again. There's a moment where the Hearttender and Angus look at each other with a bit of... Angus, like... Oh, and this is probably the first time in your life you have seen Angus look completely lost for how the fuck to respond to something.
I love it.
And he turns to the Hearttender, and he has that look of... knock yourself out? Like, that's the best way I can describe it? Towards the Hearttender, who steps forward a couple of feet and looks up and down. You're all for 8 men. Looks back. 9. 9 men. For cause. We humbly and at that point, the Lord Commander cuts him off. That is not quite right. I have... check... 186 more men in Port Galder, awaiting my approval to join. And at this point, Angus is like, he's ready to fucking throw his hands up and walk away. He's like, this shit doesn't happen. He has that look of someone who is so out of his depth in how the fuck to respond.
Sophia looks slightly amused, like, yeah, I knew they wouldn't be expecting this. He's very
ahead.
sincere in his offer for help. I've been traveling with him with sometimes, and the House of Light are very good people.
The heart tender. I'm sorry, Owen.
Yeah, for his part, Owen is rather than being lost for words, he is again. He's got that ear to ear grin, and man, I hate to do this, but Ben, you know when the elves show up to Helm's Deep and fucking Haldir's just like, we'd be glad to fight alongside men once more, and fucking Aragorn just like hugs him.
Oh,
So Owen's he's gonna get that grin on his face, and he's gonna offer his hand to the Lord Commander, and he's gonna say, "You are most welcome, my Lord Commander, you and your men." And if he takes his hand, Owen's gonna pull him into that classic, full plate or not, that classic garish bear hug.
You do that, and he does the awkward, the thing that people do when Ishri hugs them.
Love it.
And he just gives a slight nod, still, his helmet awkwardly half off, and, just gives a slight nod. Yes, of course. Turns back to the heart tender. The heart tender. We do not have a room, the ability to support 200 men out. And again, the Lord Commander, with this virtuous pride in his voice, "Nonsense, we may take care of ourselves. We are able to sustain ourselves. We have our own methods of survival, our own methods of..." Pauses for a moment. "We have brought our own tents. We have brought our own sleeping bags. We are ready for the long haul of this on your side." And the heart tender, not dumbstruck, but very... Well, by all means then, welcome to... And at this point, again, even the heart tender is a bit awestruck by this apparent serendipity that is occurring. As the Lord Commander takes out his sword, for a second there is just the briefest of tension as the Lord Commander draws his sword, but he holds it handle first out towards the heart tender and kneels, his head down. "Our swords, our blades, our hearts are yours to command, till whence this invasion is done and your lands are whole. You have the entirety of the service, the Wraith Company of the House of Light." There's a echoing of agreement as the rest of the House of Light fall to one knee as well. Hearttender and Angus at this, both in unison, have an agreeing, "Will we gladly accept?" With that, the House of Light stands back up. He turns to one of his men. Would be... I don't know, it would be a first lieutenant at this point. "Lord Verl. Oi! Ride fast, ride light. Let the men know. Found our next spot." And immediately goes back towards his horse and prepares to disembark once more. The rest of them, not at ease, but very tenuously waiting to see what happens next as the Lord Commander, Bartender, Lord McDurk, if you would please apprise me of the battle plans, that I may give my mans of adequate competency. And they both, like, you could see them side-eye each other for the briefest of moments. And then the Heart Tender, come on in, guides the commander into the Eastwind Keep. Pausing after a moment, looking curiously at Sophia, before the Lord Commander. No, she is not a member of. Her fealty is her own to swear, and not on my behalf. I think otherwise would be an insult upon her character and her abilities. And just the Heart Tender just gives a quiet nod, and they continue inside. He pauses once more as they are heading up the steps into the keep, and the Lord Commander turns back around to his men. Prepare the things. We will set up an encampment outside of the city so as not to impose on their already strict and very well drawn out rations in a room. And they all once again, right fist on the left breastplate, just slam it. Aye! They begin to head out, leaving Evian, Ishri, Owen, Rom, and now Sophia, not alone, but alone within this meeting in the inner courtyard.
Owen just like watches the Lord Commander and the other House of Light Knights leave, and he's just beaming at them.
Although I have often made light of made light of things with them, they are very good people. I myself cannot swear fealty to or loyalty to anyone in this situation yet, but I mean no harm, and if I can help while I gather information on where exactly I stand, well then I will be happy to do so.
Owen gestures at those who remain sans Evian, and he says, some of us have not sworn fealty as well.
Also, she at this point, I don't, if people here prefer Lenorian, I'm just as comfortable as I am in Garish.
You would notice,
you would notice she does have an accent in both. Like, it doesn't sound like either are her first language.
Hopefully, we'll say in Elvish. Perhaps we can do this in the common tongue. The big smile, big hopeful smile.
She was I know a little bit of Elvish. She would say with a very broken accent.
She gives you a big hug.
She'd just laugh and go ahead and just hug back. You seem a bit unusual for this area, at the very least. She'd say this in Lenorian. She gave up on Elvish really fast.
I have a skin condition.
You have a skin condition? I see.
Classic.
Fuck that copy.
Well, it's lovely to meet you.
Can we see the horse now? Because I'm curious.
Oh, yes. Just give me 1 minute. And you see that she starts saying a few words, and you see one of the tattoos, probably on her right forearm, starts glowing lightly, a light blue kind of color. It almost looks at some point as if some of the runes start moving slightly on her arm. And after about a minute, in front of you appears a very unusual horse. It has a very. Give me a second. I'm about to send you the image. It has a not glowing mane, but it definitely looks as though it is floating in the wind, even if there's none. It has two small horns on forehead, and its eyes and ears look more like goat. His name is Billy. This is a rough sketch of him. He does attract a lot of attention, but also I just love him that way.
Billy is unlike any horse I have ever seen.
Yes. I mean, most of my travel companions are, and she'll pat her music box. This one is called Doe. And she'll just pick up the music box, she'll wave with its little mechanical-looking arm.
Owen doesn't seem like he heard anything that Sophia said after talking about Billy, and he is busy holding his hand out for Billy to sniff.
Billy does act like a normal horse. Unless he's specifically told to do otherwise, so he would go ahead and sniff. He's very friendly. Just sniff the hand.
Owen's eyes light up, and he goes up to Billy, and he starts doing to the rest of the group his characteristically horse girl type things.
The only thing is you can't, like, the mane isn't really hair. It's more like a cool mist that's very opaque. Otherwise, Billy is just like any other horse, you know?
You know, besides not looking like a horse and having magic hair, it's just like any other horse. Oh.
Who else is around? Is everyone here?
Everyone except for Walker and Simon.
Y'all having fun without us.
Rom leans over to, like, Evian and whispers, "Now, is that what you'd call a horse of a different color?"
Evian ignores you.
Shit. Oh.
Wait a minute.
Whoa. Got him.
Nice.
Oh, been waiting a long time to use that.
She goes up to the music box and pokes it. I know it's on Sophia's shoulder, but she does nonetheless.
It would probably like wobble backwards because it doesn't have very good balance, and then just like try balancing itself back. It would look its little eyes kind of on the top shelf would move a little bit. It would look kind of big-eyed surprise, but it's just kind of like a little round metal bead instead of an eye. And then it goes back to being smiley once he's stapled back on his
I
on her
imagine
shoulder.
once poked, it lets out like a single note of music.
Oh yeah, well a few notes as it's like wobbling
Yeah.
back and forth. It's just like clink, clink, clink.
The most stealthy thing ever.
And she's just like pick it up in her hand and just like show Ishri.
The name of this animal? Is this? No, the turtles are fluffy. The rabbits. Is it a rabbit?
Turtles are. No, this
There's
is
a lot to
music
unpack
box.
in that sentence.
No, this is actually an enchanted music box. It's probably not something you've seen out in the wild at all.
She's detecting magic. She's now scanning with detect magic.
It is definitely magical.
Oh yeah, that thing is hella magical.
It's transmutation.
Anything else on Sophia?
Yes.
Oh,
A
that's right.
large portion of her backpack is emitting very powerful magic as well.
Yep.
What's in your backpack?
Oh, my backpack. This is actually this is a bit unusual, I guess. This is technically a tank. Like I'll show you, I guess. Might as well. I guess you can see all my companions, and she'll pull a little rope-looking thing, I guess, on her back, and give me a second to let you see what is gonna come out. These are all very rough sketches, but it's what I made. This one's name is O. I liked the O and O, you know. confusing a little bit at first, but it's. And then out of the backpack, splashing everyone near it, comes out this. It's been completely out of water.
It is some sort of, the arcane amongst you. In fact, all of you, give me an Arcana check. See if you know what the fuck this is.
Ishri?
Ishri, yeah, yeah.
Probably haven't seen
I'm pretty sure that's an otter.
None of you have any fucking idea. Owen, it's some sort of arcane creature or being, but you don't know anything else beyond that. Rest of you have no fucking idea.
Completely made of water.
Owen's busy seeing if Billy will eat an apple out of his hand.
Okay.
I don't think Billy can eat.
Ugh.
This troubles Owen.
Billy will sniff the apple, though.
So yes, as this giant, this fairly large, like, just vaguely shaped, water-esque humanoid thing comes out, it just splashes a bit of water everywhere.
Body of a snake, but with, like, two little...
appendages.
Yeah.
I love it. It's adorable.
Ishri's probably relatively unsurprised because I mean she's seen all animals to her are new. To her these are just normal animals that are on display.
So this looks like entire water, and it does look like it's smiling with all of its teeth.
Weird water teeth.
It looks like it has multiple rows of weird water teeth. Yeah, this one is O. So I have Billy, O, and Doe.
What manner of creature is that? This one here, and Rom points to the watery boy.
Sophia's gonna put her hand through its back. It's quite because just like she could put her hand through it, it's water.
Just water, yeah.
This is what would be called a water weird. It's a type of water elemental. He's quite friendly. She'll just like pat the water on top of the head.
Rom looks skeptical.
After
I'll take your word for it, honey.
after a little bit, it kind of like starts to like not necessarily like compress itself, but like get just a little bit closer in, and then just after
not quite as
it just back into the like it very quickly absorbs itself back into the backpack through the little pipe sticking out the top.
Is it one of those things where like the pipe is like a regular size pipe but it's made of water, so it just like squeezes its way through a too small pipe?
Yes.
Okay.
And the top of the pipe has a little like cover on top, and when she pulled on the little chain earlier, that's what it opened the top of the pipe, and that's where it came out. Splashing a bit everything around as it expands.
Disappointed that Billy won't eat an apple out of his hand, Owen's going to replace it back into his little, they call it a sporran. It's like a little pouch that hangs in the front of his kilt. And he's going to turn back to Sophia and he's going to say, well, if you don't wish to fight, I'm not sure how we can help you.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm not willing to fight. I just currently would like to continue assessing the situation.
Do you have questions?
Well, would you be willing for me to look around the town for a little bit? Were you guys ever planning on traveling outside?
Owen kind of glances around and he says, Garland is a free nation. You are free to look around as long as you wish.
Very well, but I may not want to directly fight this war for you, but I would still like to be able to gather the information about what exactly is going on with this whole war and the scourges specifically. I've heard of such magical wars in the past and would rather them not be repeated.
As would we all here in Garland.
Yes.
In a few days, we plan to leave. We can take you as far as Hatherton.
That would be good. If not, I'll travel around or from there by myself. But if somebody who knows the area could give me a bit more information, that would help me greatly.
Of course.
And as you can see, pointing to all the magical things that happen, I am capable of holding up in a fight.
Don't doubt it. I imagine most folks around here would take one look at the giant snake made of water and turn tail.
Probably, but most people would look at me and believe that not much could be done for me. I'm not the strong type or even the fastest kind when it comes to fighting. But with a bit of magic, this could be okay.
Well, they're certainly impressive little friends. I'm sure we can find someone to help show you around if none of us are available.
That would be very kind of you.
So with that, what are y'all doing? I've met the House of Light. I've been waiting to drop that shot a while now.
How
Dude,
dare you
House of
ask me
Light,
that
man.
loaded
Love
question?
those guys.
How dare you ask me that loaded question, Robert?
What are y'all
Wall?
doing?
It's a dangerous question.
Alright, so
You know what Walker's doing.
I know what Walker's doing. He's forcing Alex to scream at William.
Whoa.
Yeah, more or less.
Also just a mean, unkind individual.
In the best way,
You
though.
got it, baby.
If people just start walking randomly in some direction, Sophia would probably start asking Owen questions about the politics and how things are going with the houses in the area. Or the kin, sorry.
Well, the houses are thankfully not burned down yet.
No, but she would ask about various ones. You don't have to go into detail about this, but she'd be like asking questions and obviously knowing some information, and trying to clarify with you if it's accurate or not.
I'm trying to think here, because like, Owen doesn't know this lady. Tell me of the inner workings of Garish politics. Well,
She's got a horse, though. Remember that.
She does have a horse.
no,
really
but see,
cool.
this is the thing. Owen looks very disconcerted that Billy would not eat his offered apple.
Oh, there you go.
He looks
It's
very
a weird
disconcerted.
horse.
It is a magic horse
Oh,
that
Listen, you
disappears after an hour.
You legally have to tell him if it will eat his apple or else it's entrapment.
oh. So, with that, Owen, wait, yeah, she is asking you questions. What are you doing?
Owen looks, the rest of Shinewatch who's present, you've seen him look like this before. He looks nervous, but like in a, I don't know, like in a
Amused state?
You
He's
could
like
ask one of your
torn-
friends who's good at reading people.
he's torn. No, because I know what I want. Owen knows what he wants to do, but like I'm trying to find the words to describe how he looks. He looks a bit like cautious, but also embarrassed, I guess. And he's gonna say, well, if you've got some time, I can show you around the city myself, or we can.
I'd
I
love
can
that.
be happy to answer your questions as we go.
That would be lovely.
And then he looks around at everyone else to see if they're going to come.
Can I come, please? I don't think I've ever. Well, I'm sure I've seen some parts, but I'd like to see this again.
By all means.
Sophia looks like she likes Ishri at this point.
Ugh.
Sophia's like, yeah, this is great. Somebody who's not stuck up.
Ouch.
Well, most of the party isn't, but she was been traveling for a couple days with people who are vaguely stuck up.
Oh.
On their high horses, if you will.
Yeah.
Sure, I guess, I wasn't doing nothing too important. Nothing that can't wait a couple days. Or maybe not quite that long, but
I'm
she
sure.
sort of like waves a hand.
I'm sure the tour won't take a few days. I mean, I wouldn't want to take that much of your time.
There is much to do. And little time. Well, if you'll follow me this way, and Owen begins waxing poetic about what he describes as the most beautiful place, the second most beautiful place in the entire world.
Behind courtyard of his house.
Yes.
No, it's
Okay.
Kintaran is the lands of Kintaran is, in his opinion,
Yes.
the most beautiful place in the world.
I'm curious, where do you think is the most beautiful place in the world?
Oh, why? That's easy. The islands of my people, Kintaran, to the east.
Must be quite a beautiful place.
There's nowhere else like it in all the world. Lush, green, happy. Or it used to be anyway. But Nashdween is, well, as you can see, for a long time it was an open city, lots of plant life, happy people. These days it is filled with refugees.
War does
We-
seem to do such things.
We make do as best we can. You'll see if you accompany us to Atherton, the whole town is being evacuated.
Is there any specific reason?
Oh, it narrows his eyes! Well, I mean, if you were a farmer, wouldn't you want to get as far away from the war as you could?
I suppose, but I'd rather stay as long as I could in my house instead of in the streets of some town.
I suppose, but if it were me, I would put my family over any house or piece of land. Homes can be rebuilt, crops resown.
Yes, but sometimes staying as long as you can somewhere where you actually have a roof and food is still something that has to be valued in itself.
I suppose. But as I said, we look after our own here. Nobody's going hungry as far as I can tell.
That's good.
Let me ask you a question, Sophie.
Yes.
Why is
Yeah.
it you are so interested in the happenings here?
As I've said, I'm trying to figure out what exactly is going on and which side is right.
Well, I hope you'll forgive me for saying, but we're not a gar, and unlike my companions, I don't know why you would throw in on either side of this war.
Well, I believe that a war, especially one that has magical impact, is something that could affect more than just the Garish.
You think that no matter what happens here, it'll spread?
I don't know. I just know that there has been a war where heavy magic was involved only a few years after I was born, and that is not a war that I wish to see happen again. I've grown up in the chaos that was caused by that war, and if it can be avoided, that would be for the best.
If it could be avoided, aye, but Owen kind of glances at Ishri. You have to understand, these invaders have taken our homes, our lands. In some cases, they have taken our pride and our dignity.
Ishri kind of furrows her brow. I mean, you're leading with the least important parts, but
Owen proffers, or he he makes the motion like, you go ahead if you wish to speak.
I mean, lands can be moved, and pride is just pride, but they kill so many people, and they do horrific acts in the process, and they cause destruction in their wake. They are truly monsters. That is the real problem. They kill and they murder, and they need to be wiped out, no matter the cost.
I have seen the Red Band do terrible things, Sophia. Those are the people who sleep in my bed. Those are the people who would see us pushed to the very sea. That is what I meant to explain. Those are the people who hold my sister captive.
I have no doubt what they are doing is horrifying, but as an outsider, I simply wish to clarify why and what exactly is happening. All I hear is rumors, and so this is why I want to come and see firsthand what it is that's going on. That is how I've decided would be the best way to decide or come to a conclusion as to what it is that I should do and exactly how to proceed.
Well, I hope your time here will allow you to make the right choice.
She nods. This is probably the most serious you've seen Sophia since you've seen her get here.
Tell me, have you been to Garland before?
I have not. This is the first time I am here.
Owen gets he gets one of those like, oh, it's time for some mischief kind of looks on his face, and he looks back to Evian and he says, oh, well, if it's your first time, there's something that you've got to try. It's a Garish tradition.
In order.
She raises an eyebrow and she looks amused, but she knows something's going on.
It's a tradition, a rite of passage, if you will.
No socks allowed, though.
Aye, no socks allowed. And
She's
Owen winked at
She's
Ishri.
very confused.
I imagine nobody explains that one.
Nope. And Owen leads the way to the what's it called then? The wooden wreath, I think.
The place you guys have called your alcoholism
frequented?
home. Yeah, that is the wooden wreath.
Yep.
As you do, Walker and Simon, was there anything else you guys needed to do for the
Dude, I'll
course
get
of
to
the
play
day?
D&D. It's all right. It's cool. Dude, go get your fucking familiar already.
Yeah, Simon's going to head out, and on the way out, he actually we can skip that part. Never mind. He'll just head out. Don't even say shit to him.
What?
What?
Simon's just leaving. He's leaving to go to talk to Kate.
Okay.
Downstairs, you'd probably see that Walker's actually not working on the bowl, but doing some writing instead. He'd put the writing away as he notices Simon, though, and resume work on the significant bowl. You'll learn what that means soon, Kim. Don't worry, or do.
It's not. It's the bowl of significance.
It's extremely significant.
It's
Simon
very
will-
significant that I eat nice, high-quality meat stew out of it.
Simon will give Walker a nod and let him continue work on his bowl of significance and head out.
He's like, please don't stop me. Please don't stop me. Please.
Oh, so, Walker and Simon don't usually fuck with each other when they're doing their shit. Not anymore, at least.
Except
Only
for
the
that
one. It was
time.
only the one time.
Yeah, that one.
Those are the one time.
But like, that was like fresh after like some bullshit happened, and Walker wanted to make sure Simon wasn't gonna go rogue or something. You know, Simon's shown himself to be trustworthy
For now.
enough.
Trustworthy.
Simon doesn't need a babysitter anymore.
So, with that, Simon, you head off towards the keep.
Yep.
Same as usual. There's about 20 minutes before you wait, and they're like, "All right, we got room for you. Head on in. You know where you go." Like it's one of the guys who like wreck it. He's like, "You know where you going?"
And we can just walk up there. Is the door unlocked when I open it?
When you go to knock on it, it does swing open. God, I imagine it's like fucking the fire marshals
like
here.
Simon-
It's just like population. Yeah, no one else can come in until someone leaves, type of thing.
I don't think Simon would even knock. He would go to like just open the door because I feel like every time he
Yeah,
comes in,
it's as soon as you
just
get like
opens
within
for him.
like 2 inches of it, it swings
I'm
open.
home.
Hello.
And she looks up
Literally.
from behind her desk, and Kate just, "Oh, hello. What you were coming by? What's up? What do you need?"
Just two things, if possible, of course. I wanted to know if you could somehow get me a scroll of Find Familiar.
Elias,
Be
I think I could. Serious for a moment. I could probably have one made, yeah.
and how soon? I know they'll ask.
She kind of rolls her eyes at that. Getting it's not good enough. Need a quick. Everything these days, no one has any patience.
Oh yeah, I could just copy yours. If you.
You're not looking at my spell
Have it.
book.
Simon nods at that and instantly stops asking.
Maybe a few hours. You can have it delivered.
And also, if we're gonna be heading out, I'd like to get some type of way to, I don't know, a lead line box or a bag, so for, you know.
I'm dealing with magical artifacts. Hiding them.
Simon nods. Not really. Yeah.
See what I can do. We're very careful about that, for the most part. Considers for a moment. We'll see what I can do.
I'd appreciate it.
If I can get anything, I'll have it sent over.
Thank you. And Simon will nod and head out.
He gives a nod as well and continues on her work. You guys are just gonna ignore all those lead-lined blankets you used to have, huh?
I mean,
Ooh.
that's
Oh, yeah,
not
What
the
are we
same.
gonna do? Sew them together?
Totally forgot about those.
It's not the same. And to be fair, the people who had them most are gone.
I'm still using mine.
Is that in my inventory? I don't even
Walker
think
never
that's in my
took one, and the two people who did take some are gone. I think Henry had most of them.
Yeah, Henry had most.
Oh,
of them.
Owen didn't have one because he was wearing the amulet that Walker's wearing. God damn it.
Evian still got his pan wrapped up in one, right?
Nobody. No.
No, it's this fucking stupid rock, dickhead.
Funny
Oh,
rock that
fucking
literally
the
no one
rock!
knows that I have.
The rock, daddy. The daddy rock.
That
Rock.
no one and everyone knows that you have.
Well, I mean, no one in character knows.
That's true. It's true.
That's
I mean,
why I said no one and everyone.
Didn't Ishri just detect magic right near Evian about, I don't know.
He's got
covered
the
in a
fucking
lead
lead
line.
Oh, you just said that. I'm so sorry. I'm very
Yeah.
confused.
You idiot.
I'm dumb. I'm sorry. I'm so dumb. I'm sorry.
You absolute buffoon.
Oh, leave Hannah alone.
Alex says that, and 2 minutes later, she's going to scream about William being a fucko at the top of her lungs.
Is it deserved? Only time will tell.
Yeah, it is. It's always deserved.
Yeah.
Listen, William, it's deserved or it's not.
You make a very solid point, sir.
You can't just use his catchphrase like that.
How dare you? I don't say. I just
What do
say
you
I
mean?
do what I want.
What do you mean?
I don't just say don't like that. Yeah, I don't use other
You
people's
literally
catchphrases.
do.
Listen, I might. I do what I don't.
You do.
Imagine having a catchphrase.
I do what I want or I don't.
Oh, don't do that. I don't like that.
Ever do that again?
Wow, look
Wait.
at that.
I do what I want or I don't like that.
No.
That was bad. That was you didn't. Yeah, that wasn't
It
good.
took Van a grand total of half a second to entirely kill a joke.
You're welcome, Mitchell. Now we all have to hear it again. Oh, anyway. With that, Simon, was there anything else that you...
Not on top of my head I can remember. No, I think it's back to his contraption making at home.
Back to work at home? What exactly are you working on? Anything specific right now? Spells things?
I could PM you
Okay.
some ideas.
He might.
Oh,
He
it's-
might
oh,
blame you.
it's
It's more just
nicely.
concepts. It's concepts, not
Well, on top of that, I
actually-
believe you were transferring too, right? Or learning something.
Hey, can you have a bunch
Yeah.
of shit? Bunch of shit?
I did.
I could be
Yes,
wrong.
I did have a bunch of shit. Yeah, I'm doing stuff. I want to know.
So, at that point, Walker, it is about late afternoon, early evening when,
Yep.
Rick comes back out for at least part of the day.
I'm assuming this is a couple hours after Simon left.
Yeah, Simon wasn't gone for more than like an hour and a half.
Right. And so Walker would be done with the one thing.
And that was probably like
uh,
noonish or something. Like, that was before it happened.
Walker will wave to Rick as he enters.
Yeah. Don't say anything. I was hearing,
Hey,
apparently Owen was wandering through the damn city with a bunch of big shiny knights behind him.
Well, he is the son of the.
Ah, no,
one of the
these weren't
king's
guards,
leaders.
apparently. I don't know what it
Kind of
was.
raises a brow.
I was figuring you'd know. You seem to notice and know everything. Been working all day.
I've been in this damn kitchen for the last 3 days.
Yeah, I'd be going stir crazy too. And at this point, he puts down his tankard. Drink.
Not right now, Rick.
I know. Not while you're on the job.
Maybe
Times
once I
one
finish.
just to calm your nerves.
Maybe once I finish, I'll go out for something, but not now.
I mean, how much more do you... I mean, look, you got all these nice things. Look at this nice little stuff.
Good try, Rick. It'll need a few more finishing touches. Walker then proceeds to point out several locations where it's not sanded, lacquered, or finished being
You're
carved.
such a damn perfectionist, Walker. Like, this thing, you know them damn up-your-ass auctions back in fucking Verona, all those auctions where, people like, Rom's parents, The people who throw hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fucking suns at stuff.
Wasteful people, yes, I know of them.
This would be perfect there already, and you still need it to be worth more, be better, be nicer.
It's got to be significant. Rick, it's magic.
I get that. I get it. I don't get it. You know what I mean? I get it, but I don't.
Listen, I wouldn't be making something like this unless it wasn't explicitly needed. It's one of those things. But anyway, as far as whatever Owen's doing, I have to imagine it's just, you know, official business.
Official business. Yeah.
What your family owns a pretty big business, so I have to imagine you have some idea of what that's like. Maybe a little bit less of the knights following you around, but
yeah, mostly it was, you know, people that they paid to follow me around when I was drunk to make sure I didn't get, you know, I had stupid kids before I, you know, grew up.
Right.
And fucked off.
Well, I can't say I'm familiar, but I think I can understand fucking off after having people paid to follow you.
Yeah. Either way, I mean, they're not really my family. I mean, they're my family, but they're not really my... You know what I mean.
Was that before or after Rom came into the picture?
It was never good. Even back then. It's never been good, but it definitely kept getting worse. You know? More you...
It's a shame.
Shrugs a bit. More you... Family's the shit you pick, not the shit you had. And I picked y'all, so... Well, Rom picked y'all, I picked her.
Walker chuckles to himself a bit. Well, that's how things go. What'd you head out for? Just for a walk?
I was going to see, I was asking a few people, you know, going around the bar, seeing if anyone was asking about me. Paying them off to, you know, say that I left town. You know, the basic.
Yeah, I suppose so.
You cover all your bases, then you don't have to worry. Fuck off, and you throw enough coin and any problem solved. That's one thing I learned. The great Samson name taught me. Enough coin can fix anything.
And what if they do the same? I mean, that person gets paid twice and just has to, you know, say two things. Say yes to them.
I'm gonna hope that, you know, garish pride.
I found nationality doesn't typically factor into whether or not someone's a good person.
I know, but I don't. Shit, I wasted a lot of coin on that, huh? If I make it too expensive for him to fit, I mean, you know, you just throw a gold here or there. Not a lot.
That's kind of a lot. Be a ton if we were still in Lenore.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, try to stay safe out there, Rick.
I've got nothing to worry about. I made it this far. I mean, the reason I'm not gonna be going with y'all, I know that would be a... I'd rather have a wagon with 5 good wheels than like 5 good wheels and a anvil.
The hell are you talking about?
It would make more sense if you... At that point, he just gives you a straight up morning goodbye and just walks away.
Walker just watches him fuck off. And he gets back to his work.
You hear, "Hey Simon, wanna go out drinking?" Coming from down the hall.
You hear Simon's door open, and he says, no. Wait, hold on, let's get back here. No, I'm good, thank you.
Kim, just to give you a bit of insight, you can imagine anytime I laugh, it's like, for Walker, it's like toned down to like 5% of what my laugh is. So like me laughing be like him smirking.
Sounds good.
Walker doesn't believe in fun.
Walker is a no fun loser. very irrelevant to the story.
With that, you see a few minutes later, like, you hear the front door open and Rick leaves, and you see him outside talking to the gardener, the kitchen window.
Oh God.
Oh no.
Oh no. Rick, you're gonna die, man.
And after a moment, he just, like, puts his arm around him, and like, you can kind of read lips, like, you can read body language, and it seems he has convinced the gardener to fuck off and go drinking with him for the night.
Oh no.
Truly
Elaborate
evil.
ruse.
What monsters have we unleashed?
We've allowed them into our own,
We've
into
done
our
it.
midst.
We've gotten rid of Rick permanently. Oh God.
It's a TKO right there.
With that, as Walker and Simon quietly continue their work on the first and second floor of the McDirk temporary residence. God, I hate that name.
Why? It's good. I think it's really
I know,
good.
it's so like
It's so
rigid. I hate saying it. So we will hop back on as the evening grows. Evian, Ishri, Owen, and Rom showing Sophia the sights.
Specifically, our next stop is the wooden wreath, and Owen will, he'll sit at a table outside, but he makes sure to order a local delicacy for Sophia in the form of a garish bread bowl.
Sophia,
I can't believe we get to do
Wait,
this.
sorry, I
game
was
twice.
muted.
I'm so excited.
So I'm supposed to take my socks off now?
No. You've got
You
to
just
keep
are
your
not
socks
allowed
on.
to use your socks
Aye.
on the. You know.
I'm sorry, what?
You just can't-
Ishri,
You're not,
You can
you're not
wear-
supposed to put anything but your
They're-
feet in
your socks are not
Get it?
Tupperware.
Ishri opens up her sack, takes out her loose bag of belts and socks, and goes, "This is not for the bread bowl," and points at it. Totally
Oh.
serious.
Oh my God.
Well, I will keep that in mind. Thank you for the insight.
It gets very fuzzy if you do it.
She's like,
And we wouldn't want that.
Yeah, no, usually you don't want food to get fuzzy. Okay. I guess I'll try this. She's like looking around with an eyebrow raise as to why everybody's making such a big fuss.
about 15-20 minutes go by. You guys are brought a full pitcher of local ale and a bunch of cups, just complimentary. You go to a Mexican place, you're gonna get fucking tortilla chips and salsa. You go to a garish place, you're gonna get fucking a nice, fucking pitcher of ale.
Lovely.
It's a traditional, strong, earthy garish ale.
While we're waiting for like the 20 or so minute to entertain Ishri, Sophia's gonna start using some skyrite.
Wholesome.
So she'll just be like drawing things in the sky with clouds, and she'll ask Ishri for like, what should I do next? So she'll make like a little pony out of clouds.
Ishri
And
will
write,
ask her
hello.
for animals. Ishri seems relatively unimpressed with the magic of it, because it's just magic. I mean, that's fine. She wants to know more about like animals.
Okay, cool.
She will ask you to make them.
Yeah, she'd probably make a few sea animals from like her traveling recently, and just a few of them, like random animals that Ishri might ask for.
Oh, the second you draw that, Sophia draws water animals, she looks a little horrified. She says, "All right. What are their weaknesses?"
Probably land.
Ishri nods as if she's receiving sage wisdom.
Although I wouldn't recommend just throwing earth on them. That I don't think that would be enough.
They seem like very hardy, dangerous creatures.
Sophia would say that with a very straight face, like just don't throw dirt at sea animals.
Yeah, Ishuri's taking you seriously, so
And she'd show you couple different ones then, and she'd tell you their names and be like, "Yep, this is how this one this is what this one does, and this one can eat this one, and so on and so forth." She'd basically be giving you a small biology lesson.
Are you a flame tender that you know all of these? You seem like you know a lot of things.
I like to study a lot.
Oh,
I've read many books.
Ishuri gets a slightly disgusted look on her face, but then she quickly tries to cover it with a smile and a nod. It's a little over-exaggerated.
So we would just burst out laughing. Oh, you might want to work a little bit on your deception there, but you're very charming, Ishri.
I mean, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that is the way to respond to that compliment.
A foreigner and an alien talk about biology. Oh. Eventually,
I was just sitting on the other side of the table with Evie and just fucking laughing under his breath with him.
I imagine they're both just kind of losing it.
But as good Garish men, they are doing it politely, behind hands, and not to offend anybody.
What are you, my shitty character from Alex's game?
Yes. Although I was also making a joke in that good Garish boys would never do that, but they would laugh openly and with much gusto.
After about another 10 minutes of this, watching as Sophia draws various animals in the surprisingly getting fairly heavy clouds, it's... Oh, and based on the knowledge you have of, the way the clouds are coming in and the way Garland's weather is, probably going to be getting pretty rainy in the next couple days.
Owen lets out a heavy sigh and kind of just to the side towards Evie, and he motions towards the sky and he says, "There's always something when you start a new journey, isn't there, Evian?"
Better to get the bad out of the way immediately, though, no?
Aye. Well said.
I'm sure we'll get quite clean in the rain.
Do you have any soap?
Why?
Never mind.
Evian has no desire to explain bathing again to Ishri.
Oh my god, that kills me fucking time.
I always forget she doesn't know how to bathe. God.
She's bathed several times. What are we talking
Good
about?
friends, we've never explained it to her and just let her carry on.
I think she's only rinsed.
That's 70% of the work.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like 90%.
I mean, it depends if you're
a good
scrubbing or
majority
not,
is
I
just removing
guess.
contaminants from the surface.
So, either way, eventually, Sophia, you see this massive, round, just beautiful, fresh, very warm loaf of bread. It is, I didn't want to say loaf, but it is a beautiful, it's not a work of art, but it certainly smells like one. And you can see about maybe, there's about maybe a 12, 14 inches in diameter, and about 6 inches off the top, there is an incision, and you can see steam coming. A circle cut around it.
Okay, she'd look at. Is the top back on?
Yes, the top is on.
Okay. Is there any utensils?
No.
Do I just? Okay.
I mean,
Just reach in with your big man hand, just grab whatever you find.
the table
Just
probably
buy some
has a tankard, a dry tankard with spoons in it. in the middle.
Evian will have hidden the spoons.
Oh no! Why are you being mean to this nice girl?
What do you mean? What do you mean, Alex?
Just having fun, like a couple of good boys,
Couple
good
of
garish
fellas.
boys, good garish
Sophia, at this
fun.
point, Sophia will like look over to Owen at this point. Was I supposed to provide my own utensils? And she'll like look into her bag and take out like a small pack of utensils for like cooking thing.
Oh.
I do have my own.
Owen feigns confusion and he kind of like cocks a quizzical eyebrow and he says, "What do you mean?"
A utensil what?
What?
Well, you've got everything you need right here, and Owen kind of like pats your hands.
Rom scowls thunderously at the two bad boys.
I mean,
Whoa, that's a heinous.
she'll take the piece of bread that's clearly cut, and then look, I guess, at the bread.
You take it out, and inside you see what looks like a heavy, like almost gravy-based stew, steaming hot.
Did we give her the big one or small? A baby.
You specifically opted into a big one.
That's true. Okay.
Well, then do you just eat this with the loaf of bread you have provided? And then she'll
Right.
just like start ripping pieces and just dipping it into the soup and eating it.
Oh, there
This
you
is-
go.
Ishri,
This is
Right.
natural.
as you're going to eat your first bite, Ishri will go and she'll kind of like grab your arm. Be very careful. Sometimes you cry when you eat these.
Her eyes go really wide open. Is it like really, really spicy? What?
I don't know, but the last time Evian had when he started crying. So
Oh, they were tears of joy, Sophia. Come on, tears of joy.
Nothing except.
I assume she's just holding this soggy piece of bread that has soup on it, and just with wide eyes. Like what?
It is pure bliss when you take a bite of one of these.
Some say, and Owen gets real serious for a second. Some say that you haven't truly lived until you've experienced the Garish bread bowl. And he gives a kind of like leans back, crosses his arms, and gives a knowing nod.
I
A
suppose
sage
that's how I
nod.
feel about coffee. She'll say that, and then she'll take a bite.
It's a very strong, like almost like a. It's almost got the strength of like a very like salty beef, with like almost like a thick gravy that you're dipping it into. The bread is obviously very fresh as well. You would immediately notice that you're essentially on a timer because it's thick enough that like the bread is going to eventually lose its
It's just gonna become a soggy mess. basically.
yeah, it will eventually just lose any sort of consistency because it's so fresh and there is just so much of this meat stew in there.
This is delicious, but it seems like it would be better with slightly more stale bread. Wouldn't
I
it?
mean, to each their own. I mean, Owen kind of starts like huffing.
I mean, it would seem logical to me. You get to. Sorry, I'm changing the voice. It would seem logical to me. You get to enjoy slightly staler bread because this lovely soup here softens it up, and the stew would contain a bit longer since the crust would be a bit harder. But it is quite delicious.
The time limit's half the fun.
Aye.
I suppose so.
Rom clears her throat loudly.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rom. Was there something you wanted to say?
Is it really necessary to be fooling with this poor girl?
Whatever do you mean, Rom?
I mean, this is delicious soup. I will be taking the spoon, though, that I have. I'm sorry if I undo any of your customs, Owen, but I will be enjoying all of the soup as fast as I can.
Owen turns to Evian, sighs. Well, you can't have it all, Evian.
She just looks at the soup. I would make it slightly spicier, though, personally.
You see, Owen lets out another
Criticism.
puff.
Oh. So, a little while later, one of the waitresses comes over and just, all right?
Yes,
and, like,
this is
looks over and
delicious.
just like, oh, Quite sorry, and heads over to another table where people are drinking and takes the tankard of spoons and brings it over. I thought you already had some. I thought I saw them, but I guess not.
Thank you. And then she'll just like, thank you very much. And then she'll just smile, make a big sarcastic smile to Evie and Owen, and continue eating her soup.
Owen holds it together for like maybe
just
half a
like-
second, and then he just starts laughing.
Rum just
Ian will
shakes her
replace
head.
the spoons.
Just now 2 takers the spoon on the table. Oh.
Absolutely.
So, with that, no immediate super impressiveness, your plan foiled of the Garish bread bowl.
I mean, I'd count that as like a more than partial success.
Semi-success.
We had our fun.
Gotta have her order the big one next time.
You had fun hazing this girl you just met at a bar.
I mean, Owen didn't get to haze Walker because no fun is allowed. So
because Walker's not a fucking fool.
No.
At some point, though, Sophia will go ahead and ask Ishri throughout this the meal. Where? Do you mind if I ask where you're from, Ishri? If you'd rather not answer, though, that's also all right. You seemed a little bit vague earlier.
Ishri kind of looks to everyone else and she's like, I and like to gauge reactions. And then, I guess, seeing no one else respond, she'll shrug.
At this point, she'd have a quizzical look at you, looking for other people's approval, though. Like what?
She's also
I
being
think
heavily gaslit.
I think Owen is like when Ishri like turns to everybody, he's gonna he's gonna, depending on where she's sitting, he's gonna kind of like narrow his eyes at Sophia and then shrug.
Ishri will take that as a sign of complete trust. Just say, I'm from the Citadel.
Citadel?
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean anything to me? Ben?
Nope.
Let's assume.
That is a word meaning like, you know, the center of a castle, something like it's.
The Citadel. From where exactly?
Hell.
Oh.
I
Okay.
love our alien.
Like, as in, it's not a very nice place, or like the abstract concept of the afterlife?
Oh, the Citadel is very, very nice. Nariho blesses and protects us there. But the rest of it has been described to me as hell. It's, not this plane.
Huh. I mean, I don't know much about magic, all things considered. She's looking at her arms. But that's quite fascinating. Mm-hmm. So, why exactly did you come here?
We killed a monster and I got sucked in here. With everyone else.
And
No, there's a tale. How we met our dear Ishri.
Ishri waves.
that is quite unusual. I've heard of many people ending up in different places in the world by accident or by coincidence, I suppose, but I've never heard of someone from a different plane before.
Well, now you've met one.
How is it being here in this world as somebody who's, I suppose, or is it you're experiencing everything for the first time, aren't you? That's why you were so amused by the animals?
Yes, the only animals we have where I'm from are monstrosities.
Hmm.
I don't know, it's strange. Things here are less, they aren't always what they seem. Where I come from, it's very obvious what is good and what is bad, and where you can find safety and where you can't. And here it's a little bit more nebulous, but
Indeed.
there is some good here.
No? I'd like to think so, at least.
You have not heard of Nariho anywhere. You seem very learned. Have you heard of Nariho before?
That doesn't sound familiar.
It is,
What-
is our god. He protects us in the Citadel, keeps us safe from the monstrosities of the rest of the plane.
What kind of god is he?
A good one?
I suppose that makes sense.
And where are you from? You don't sound like you're from here.
I am
Lenore.
not indeed. I originally come from the Dragonheart Isles, but I've traveled quite a bit since. I mean, as you can imagine, since I'm here, already quite far from my hometown.
Do you miss it? Your home?
I suppose from time to time. At this point, many places have almost become like a home to me. I've lived in various places for long periods of time. My parents are also from different places.
What's it like? Traveling the world?
It's quite amazing to see the differences in cultures, and I suppose one of the reasons why I came here to see what is going on is because at the end of the day, whoever wins the war is the one who will write history, and whoever is writing history usually paints themselves as the good guys.
I suppose that's true enough.
Wars can be waged for multiple reasons. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad. Rarely would the person being attacked believe it's a good reason.
Owen inclines his head in agreement.
Is this the first side of this war that you've talked to?
I have not gone to Lenore, no. Personally, from what I've heard of it, I don't believe I would fit in quite well. But, it seems like an interesting place. I have learned Lenorian, though, so I could communicate quite easily with them if need be, as you can see. She says as she's speaking in Lenorian to Ishri.
I don't know if I would go so far as to call it interesting.
Well, I for one know that most people there would not approve of my method of doing things.
Certainly not. Trump laughs a little. It's a bit backwards that way.
Yes.
Well,
But I
despite
do-
everything, I've been to Lenore, and that's how I met all of these people, even Evian, even though he's a guard, and even Owen kind of claps Evian on the back a little bit. It's not all bad there. Lots of good folk.
Just mostly bad.
Lots of people just trying to get by, just like all the rest of us.
Well, that's what most people are like. Although, it's sometimes the actions of some people more due to their leader than the actual people.
Aye.
Why then? Do in the wars do the common people fight? Why do not just the leaders get together and kill each other? Or we just get the leader?
I imagine it would be a lot simpler if that's how it worked, Ishri.
It would be more entertaining as well.
A lot less
Well-
people would die.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's not quite exactly that way, but it's closer to that way than some other places. Although, I suppose one of the big reasons is the leaders usually have a lot of money and power, and they don't want to die, and so they just pay off other people or force other people by, I mean, I guess ultimately by paying some people to force the other people into getting to wars. At the end of the day, usually people with a lot of power decide to keep to themselves and just send other people to do their dirty work.
Is that what your parents are doing, Owen?
I don't think so.
Well, I mean, at some point, you have to counter with other people's methods. If someone else is doing exactly that, what other choice do you have? You can't send your leader off against the other person's 100 or so armies of people being forced to do their dirty work. Can you?
Well, think about it like this, Ishri. I mean, I'm not saying this is what it's like for everyone, but you've got the Red Band, who, if we are going to try and simplify things, they are all people, mostly, who are given a choice between serving or prison, and they have chosen to serve. They have been told by the people they have chosen to serve what they're going to do, who they're going to fight. Whereas my people, our people, they did not get a choice. They did not choose for the Red Band to come and take their homes and burn their crops. They fight because they must, because they have no choice, because that choice was taken from them.
And in this case, even if the leader did want to do exactly what was described, which is send himself off to fight the war, well, there's only one person who's the leader usually against an army.
But Owen, we saw their prison. It was... I don't know if I could expect someone reasonably to make a choice not to stay there.
Owen pauses before answering. I'm not trying to assign blame or anything like that, Ishri. You've heard many people, many of them Lenorian, express distaste, disgust at the way things are done. It is not as simple as saying, oh, well, it should be this way, and then everyone does that. As you are learning it, things are rarely simple here.
That's true.
It is, yes. When we go on our trip to maybe die, could we maybe kill the leader of the Red Band if given the opportunity?
What was it you were saying, Ishri? I didn't catch that last part.
Oh my god.
So loudly.
The part, before that, when you were asking about the prison, that part. Let's
like
focus on that.
30 seconds ago. Are you okay?
Sophia has a very raised eyebrow at this point, looking towards Owen.
Owen is focused on Ishri.
If there's something you do not wish to speak about to me, you can just say so.
As I have said, we can take you to Hatherton, but after that, our business is our own.
Very well.
And we would do well to remember that, he says, looking at Ishri.
Okay, for a second, Sophia looked like... I was wondering if you were threatening her for a second. Okay. So it doesn't come across as a threat?
No, like Owen, like when he responded, he was still like... Not quite scowling, but looking severely
like
at
a bit of a
Ishri.
glare. Very well. As I said, I'm here to gather information, but beyond that, I will not push towards anything. I'm already very grateful that you are helping me out so far.
It's not... I hope you don't take it personally, but, things are often strange in times of war. Somebody shows up out of the blue, asking questions.
Of course. There's no way for you to know that you can trust me, and I same with you.
I wish that things were different, but kind of trails off.
Well, maybe time will tell. Anyways, was there anything else that you wanted to show me along this beautiful city?
We haven't really talked about like Nashdween landmarks, have we then? Like
We have vaguely
The shopping
went over it.
district.
Yeah.
I mean,
like,
we can just quickly do a little montage. They go through a lot of places. She continue asking you a few other broad political questions, like, is this actually how this kin functions? I've heard about this or I've read about that, but these are books that I found randomly, and there's very little information.
They go to the local mall, go to a photo booth, they do some funny pics, you know.
Yeah.
You know, of course, the Ferris wheel.
The famous Nashdween Ferris wheel.
like,
The entire party is on
all-
one card of the Ferris wheel.
Yep.
all 5 of us.
Could you imagine how scared Issue would be of a Ferris wheel? Oh, but no, of the things that I don't think I've mentioned previously that are super relevant would be the Draconian Circle, which is a promenade which is just outside of the courtyard of like the outer courtyard, which has 5 temples, one dedicated to each of the Draconian dragons. Draconian religion. That's probably the most relevant part as far as landmarks go. But that and the keep itself, again, there's a lot of... It's still in a place of constant expansion right now. It does not have the history of something like Verona that's been around for...
I'm really trying hard here not to have Owen like consider Sophia a spy. She sounds like a spy, man.
That's the
Come
worst that could
on.
happen.
Hey guys, you remember that one thing that we did in the alleyway in Verona?
Yeah, do it! You don't have Amari. You don't have Amari's magic anymore. So you're like half power for the alleyway magic.
Someday this party has to learn to move on and, fuck someone up in an alleyway without Amari. We just have to learn,
Yeah, let's just use that's some physical violence.
Christ.
I'm like really trying here because like everything that Kim's saying is like I'm trying to rationalize it and be like, okay, this is Owen's situation, and there's this sort of random woman who shows up and starts asking him about the inner workings of the kids. Like,
I mean, she did associate herself with those trustworthy knights who seemed to trust her.
they also said, oh yeah, by the way, she's not with us.
Yeah, I guess. Didn't they give her like a compliment, like, oh, she's cool or whatever?
Yeah, she complimented them. I don't think
She thinks they're cool. That's Yeah, the tourist is really something. Well, good luck, Nick.
I got another one. So as we meander through Nashdween, Owen will wait for a moment of opportunity, and then he'll say, if you decide to accompany us to Hallerton, what will you do from there?
I'll probably continue on my way. I do actually want to figure out what is going on with the Red Man, and by consequence, I might get a bit closer to them, figure out what's going on there.
You mean
can
to
I-
continue on to
Can
Corvallis?
I go ahead and insight and see, or can you give me an idea? Like, I do have a decent passive insight. Like, I know kind of what's going on, right?
With regards to...
Him being
Owen's suspecting her of being a fucking spy?
Yeah. Give me a blind insight. Let's...
Sure.
And Owen, roll deception.
I mean, I don't think that's really necessary. It's not really a
It was a
deception.
goof.
It's more
Yeah,
of
it
a
was a goof.
continuous
Yeah, this is more just to get the vibe. You definitely get that sense of, like, he's trying to be very kind and courteous, but he is definitely at least a little wary of you.
That boy's
There's
fishing.
definitely a lack of, like, stronger trust. Like, he's very much like, yeah, you're fine. But what are you hiding? Like, that's the general vibe that, that he's kind of trying to hide putting on.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I am still trying to figure out both sides, and by consequence, I do need to figure out some of the stuff going on with the Red Band.
I assume, since you are a new arrival, you have not heard what has happened when my people, our people, have sent messengers to the Red Band.
Would I have been? I'd assume not.
No.
Yeah, no. No, I'm not.
Not a
I
single
am here
one.
to...
Not a single one has returned. Leastways, not alive. If you travel to Boralis, it is likely you will die there.
She looks slightly annoyed at this point. I suppose I might as well. There's very few ways for me to finish what I'm doing without telling you. So how about we, you all can come, pointing to like the group and whatever. Could we please have a slightly more private location to speak?
She's taking you to the alleyway.
The last time somebody asked Owen to speak privately, it was via magical coercion.
No, this is not. She's just and you can bring us these people. I'd rather not everybody, like other people or a bunch of guards or whatever, but you can bring a few others, I suppose, if that makes you more comfortable.
Hey Nick, can you take her back to the house so I can play D&D?
I was
Thanks, man.
Owen squints a bit, but he kind of looks around and I guess maybe reassures himself that, like, you know, the homies are here, like, it's fine.
It's cool.
So he says, kind of warily, he says, right this way. And he begins to lead the way back to his mother's house.
And I do not mean any harm. I'm just going to explain exactly what's going on. That way we can be on the same page. And at which point, if you refuse to help me, well then I will be on my way.
As you wish.
Guys, make your way back to the outer courtyard where across the street from the stables, 2 houses down, is a very nice man. You can see the bushes on the right side, like when you're approaching the right side, look like they are not finished being trimmed. Other than that, this house is fairly immaculate. Very well kept. There's a lot of dim light. There's at least some activity going on inside. You could see walking by Owen that it's obvious someone is still lighting up the dining room based on light you can see. And there's a Pintaring guard waiting outside who just kind of gives you all a nod and grabs the door.
Owen is going to he's gonna nod back to the guard and then, like, you know, open the door for everybody and hold it there, and then he'll be the last one in.
Sophia, although a bit more serious now, still seems very comfortable and is cheerful as she's walking around.
You know, I think our friend Simon might be real interested in meeting you.
You think?
Walker, you hear the cavalcade arriving.
Damn, that should have been our party name.
Cavalcade?
Hearing our friend Simon will be interested in meeting you, Walker is suddenly at attention. He will continue working as he waits for the others to come into line of sight, I guess.
Head through the entryway and main hall. Off the side of it, right? Walker working, and Walker, you see your allies who have brought home another stray.
Oh boy. So to describe, Walker's got a work area full of woodworking tools, and at the middle of which is his current project, a very elaborate bowl carved with various depictions of nature, 2 men, and fitted with several cabochons, which are circle-cut jewels. I don't know if you remember or read the description from last time, but his hair is a bit shorter these days. Otherwise, he's more or less the same.
Okay.
Walker will just kind of raise an eyebrow at this and look to Owen and wait for an explanation.
Hello there, my name's Sophia.
Greetings. My name is Walker. And again, looking to Owen.
Sophia arrived with a band of mercenaries called the House of Light earlier today. We've been showing her around the city.
Is that right? So you
She's been-
befriended a mercenary?
Would not consider myself a mercenary, but sure.
Then what would you consider yourself?
A traveler? Of sorts?
A tourist?
I mean, in a way, I am.
An interesting place to pick to travel to.
I mean, this was about what I was about to discuss with Owen here. Is there anybody else that you want here to feel safe or whatever as I discuss things because you find me so suspicious?
It is not a matter of my own safety. You must understand. These are times of war.
Yes.
Can't be too careful.
Oh, I completely agree.
Owen, have you and the rest been giving a tour to an extremely suspicious person?
Well,
Shrugs.
he hardly gave me much information that would be of incredible value to a spy for Lenore. But I suppose in a way, I am more of an informant for the DHA than a spy in itself, but I am working. I don't know if they would pick me to represent them, but I am definitely here to collect some information, figure out what exactly is happening here. We have been communicated that Garland might need help. And considering Lenore used to be a part of us or whatever nonsense, we decided to evaluate exactly the situation, especially since we've been hearing of magical. There's rumors of strange magic being used in this war, which hasn't been seen for some time, and last time was quite disastrous.
Give me just one moment. And Owen hurriedly heads upstairs and knocks on Simon's door.
You're an informant, but not a representative. Are you a contractor or an agent of some kind?
I work with the DHA directly.
But you don't represent them.
I mean, I suppose I'm not a diplomat, if that's what you're asking. I don't go around trying to make connections and make other people happy and make them want to do deals with the DHA. I'm here to be friendly, see what's going on, gather information, report back, and ultimately leave after this is done.
An agent, then.
Yes.
Gonna let Nick do whatever he needs to do.
Get Simon myself back to the conversation, please.
So you knock on Simon's door, and are you wearing armor right now, Owen?
No, Owen, I don't think has put on his armor since
All right,
since we got back from the
if
valley.
that's the case, he will. You hear Simon say, "Come on in, Walker. You're fine." I'm just because you knocked too.
Despite his current mood, Owen's going to open the door, the big smile on his face, and he'll say, kind of looking himself over, he'll say, "Well, that's strange. I could have sworn my name was Owen."
Simple mistake, honestly. I'm sorry, Owen. And Simon scoots his chair back and stands up.
It's no problem, Simon. Listen, we met a traveler on the road outside of the city today. I think you better come down and meet her.
Okay.
If you're
Simon
not busy.
Someone will keep the black book behind and bring with his brown book.
Does Simon have like a safe place in the room that he stores the book when there's no one else to really?
It's got to be under his pillow, right?
He puts it on his chair and scoots
It's
the
under
chair.
the knife, under the pillow.
This goes the chair under the desk. Nice.
And then he sets up a bucket over the door with water.
Yes. And then there's just a rake in the middle of the room too.
That was pretty good. That was a pretty good one, Logan. Oh shit.
Oh, nice.
Oh boy.
If you look closely, actually it has the same signature as Ishri's blade.
All right.
Okay.
I imagine as they're heading downstairs, Walker asks, "Can you provide any proof of this?"
Like, what? Do I have any proof? It says in my inventory I have identification papers. I don't know. Does that have anything to do with the DHA? Like,
yeah.
Okay,
I mean, it's
Okay.
things that would identify you.
she'll take out that. Here's a paper. On the paper, it would say Sophia House of Amboise. And it would say underneath Agent DHA and a few other information such as her birth date, location of birth, and her current position.
Does she place it on the table for Walker to review?
And she would just like hand it over to him.
Okay. Does it look good? Ben?
Investigation check.
I don't have much else. I'm not really supposed to flaunt the fact that I'm with the DHA.
Everything is as in order as you have ever seen paperwork like this, so this is either a top-tier forgery or she's telling the truth.
I also have this, I suppose, and she has a ring also of the House of Amboise.
Walker nods as he goes over the document. After about a minute and a half, I imagine you guys would. Owen,
You sit down on a chair and just like look over.
When Owen returns, sorry, William, just real quick. When Owen returns, he says, he clears his throat and he says, "Sophia, this is our friend Simon."
She get up at this point.
Sophia.
Hello there. My name is Sophia, and she'll hand out a hand.
Hi, Simon. He nods his hand and nods his head and shakes your hand.
I've heard that apparently you'd be quite interested in meeting me.
Someone looks you up and down and says you're covered in. Are those out of character? The tattoos they would look like to me?
Yeah, they are tattooed.
Okay,
Yeah, and they do look like arcane sigils.
Oh, I mean, looks at you up and down. You seem pretty interesting, yeah.
Well, thank you.
And someone just like scratches his own like shoulder or whatever, where like one of yours would be.
Or one of my tattoos. I mean, they're everywhere. So You mean the tattoos?
Yeah.
I guess they're basically my reminders for spells. I don't do very well with... Magic doesn't do very well in books, in my opinion.
Upon hearing that, Simon...
Does he stick up his nose and
He wants to just fucking walk away right now. He's like, okay, well, I'm the exact opposite, and Simon pats his book on his hip.
That's fair. Most wizards are. I've never actually met anybody who has the same opinion as me on magic. I suppose it makes sense that most people wouldn't want to permanently draw spells on their own skin.
You're definitely a unique character.
I've been told that before. Just wait till you meet Billy.
Owen frowns at the memory of Billy.
Simon confused. Who's Billy? And then looking over Owen's like,
she still has a magic music box on her shoulder.
Her friends are an absolute delight.
Looking between Ram and Owen, Simon's getting conflicted messages right now.
Walker wraps the documents back up the way they were handed to him. If they were like folded or curled or whatever, he would put them back as they were handed to him, and he would offer it back to Sophia.
She would take it and put it back, and she'd put it in a like somewhat hidden part of the backpack, so that like if somebody was going through her backpack, they wouldn't easily be able to find the identifying papers.
Well, Owen, it doesn't seem you've brought a tourist, but an agent of the Dragonheart Alliance.
Agent of the Dragonheart Alliance, you say?
Indeed.
It all looks official. If it's forged, then, well, it's probably the best I've ever seen.
You can also look at the papers if you'd like to. I just put them away, but and she like starts staking them back out. I also have, excuse me, a ring that matches with the last name written on the papers here.
As she goes to like reproduce the documents, Owen's just gonna hold up a hand and he'll say, "I trust Walker's eye."
Very well.
Can you tell me? And he kind of he goes. He seems a little bit more relaxed now that he's sitting in his family's house. He rounds the table and takes a seat.
Walker will begin clearing some of the supplies to make sure there's room for everyone to sit comfortably.
And he'll sit across from Sophia, and he'll sort of fold his arms, and he'll say, "Can you tell me anything about what led you to be here?"
I was told to. That's how it works as an agent.
We happen to know. We happen to have first-hand accounts of something that may have led to you being sent. But I would hear it in your own words if you know anything of it.
Well, the debriefing that I've received was that there's been some people have asked for help from Garland because there's been a war going on from Lenore. At first, we hadn't had any other information besides for the fact that Lenore was using very extreme methods, which, to be fair, not surprising from Lenore. But we didn't know what to do with it yet, because as much as helping other countries against bad wars is wonderful, we are our own country, and we cannot go and aid every other country that asks us for help. But when we've heard rumors about the fact that there was other things happening, such as potential magical events, it reminded the DHA of the events that happened about 25 years ago then, with the Witches' War. And so DHA decided we should investigate further, and so here I am. There's others, probably, that I don't necessarily know, that I don't currently know about anyways. I just know that my handler back in DHA is awaiting for anything of interest or anything that might conclude the decision of whether yes or no we should go help.
I suppose you don't know the names of other agents that may or may not be involved.
Not been told of any other agents here. Unless we work together, we're rarely told of other agents in case something happens.
Owen is getting at is that we've actually associated with other agents of the Dragonheart Alliance, and we've assisted them in their investigations previously.
Ben, do I know any specific names of people who've been here before?
Specific names, probably not. Like, you would have probably suspicions based on certain things, but as for, like, specific names of others, like, you wouldn't... Again, compartmentalization, they try and keep it vague.
Yeah. I mean, I know of many other agents, and I know that, like, I can potentially assume that some agents went in general directions that might be similar to this one. That might have been where they were going and the information they've gotten, but we try not to speak too specifics about our missions. If we tell stories, usually they're vague and we won't specify locations or time. Unless it's something that's long past and it doesn't really matter anymore.
I see. 2 questions more.
Yes.
Have you the means to contact these people using magic?
Yes. What other point is there sending a wizard off in some faraway country?
True enough. But what you're telling me is that at any point you could be telling anything that we say or do to anyone that you know.
I suppose, but that could be said true of anybody who has any kind of magic that you know.
Aye, but you are sitting here and they are not.
Fair enough. And yes, I am a spy, but I'm also a spy currently who am not against you in any way. Whether the DHA is convinced they should help or not, there is no way that they're going to be a nuisance. There's no way the DHA is going to be helping Lenore anytime soon after the nonsense that they've pulled. And so, either you are receiving help from us or you're not. I'm not in any ways going to be, I guess, harming you or your people.
She is telling us everything. Well, perhaps not everything, but enough.
Give me 1 second.
If there's any other questions, feel free to ask. If I cannot answer, I won't. Otherwise, I'm most likely going to be very open about it. There's no reason for me not to be at this point. I'm better off with you guys giving me information than not.
What information are you looking for exactly?
We have only heard rumors about the fact that magic could be used. The scourges, the specific what is going on with the scourges and all that stuff, that is the first time I've heard what exactly happened. We just knew powerful magic was being used. I mean, it's not easy to make a decision on whether or not we should send a considerable part of our army, costing us a lot of time, money, and resources, just because there might be magic somewhere.
Well, here's the thing. The most you can get out of this is hearsay, rumors, or accounts from people who have seen it happen. You're not going to get to see it happen because of the nature of the scourges. There are only so many, and if one were to go off, well, you might not live to tell the tale of it.
See, this is already information I didn't have.
One last question from me.
Yes?
I have been blessed with magic that lets me know if someone is telling the truth. Will you submit to such magic?
Sure, you can use a truth spell on me. I have no issues with such things.
Very well. And Owen will, he'll get to his feet, and he'll kind of hold out his right hand, palm facing Sophia, and he kind of gestures for the others to take a few steps back. And he closes his eyes.
I only ask that you do not ask me any questions that would directly harm the Dragonheart Isles, because if you do, I will have no choice but to try to get away.
Well,
She can just be silent, can't she?
The spell does not force you to speak.
Okay, I didn't remember that specific. Sorry. That matter. Very well. That's.
So Owen, he will close his eyes. His brow kind of furrows a little bit, and he mutters a few words under his breath. Those closest to him can hear him say in Garish, Karad.
And she does not resist?
Make her speak the truth. And he casts the spell. We get it.
So the incan and one. Been a while since we've seen this get dropped, huh?
Since we ganked that guy in the alleyway.
Or the time before that, you guys ganked a guy in an alleyway.
Hey, don't forget about the guy in the prison cell.
I mean, hey, you've improved.
You mean the 16-year-old who passed his fucking wisdom save?
Yeah.
Doesn't he have to make it remake save every fucking round?
So mad.
Anyway.
Doesn't he have to remake the save every round?
Sophia, you are willingly failing the Zone of Truth wisdom save, correct?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Afflicted creature is aware of the spell and can avoid answering questions.
That's
great. Lie. Okay, so Owen, you know that she has willingly accepted this enchantment of truth. You have 10 minutes.
Now, would you like for me to repeat what I've said before?
Please do. And Owen motions with his hand for her to proceed.
I am an agent of the DHA. We have been informed that Garland needed help. And so we also heard afterwards that there might have been sightings of dangerous magic. We didn't know any information at the time of the specific magic. We wanted to know whether or not this would be another event, such as the War of the Witches, which happened in Brightfall previously. And by consequence, they went ahead and sent me, as long as potentially other agents, throughout Garland to figure out exactly what magic it is, how the war has been affecting Garland, what Lenore is actually up to, and gather information and report back to make a decision afterwards.
There's like a tension that Owen was holding in his shoulders that kind of visibly is relaxed as you speak, and he kind of breathes a sigh of relief. And
also, my name is in fact Sophia from the House of Amboise, if that was also in question.
Once you finish, he nods at you with a newfound respect, and he says, "And you have no intention of aiding the Red Band or those who fight for them while you are here?"
I have no intentions on helping Lenore, the Red Band, or, to my knowledge, anyone who is against Garland.
As Owen questions, Walker watches Sophia carefully, trying to get a read for her and her intentions. Hey, Ven. She's telling the truth, but does it seem like that is that her intentions are completely aligned with her task? Does it seem like she has any ulterior motives or anything along those lines?
Give me a blind insight check.
Does it seem like there's something that's still being hidden? That is my question. I'm feeling big. I'm feeling big rolls, big invisible rolls.
I do need to PM Kim real quick, just to double check.
Secrets.
In case it matters, Walker's got that whole experience with criminals thing.
Little did we know that one of Sophia's tattoos was a prison tattoo. She was just clever.
One of those gang signs.
See, the part you didn't notice was where she has fucking thug life on her knuckles.
Oh no.
I mean, you guys don't know. You
It's
haven't
your
seen
job.
all of her tattoos. Maybe she had other tattoos before she got her
We also
magic
don't
tattoos.
speak- we
There's
also
one
don't
on her,
speak your
like,
language, so who knows?
lower arm that says secretly evil.
Yep.
And on the other arm it says clandestine agent.
And on the other arm,
On the third arm, it
Yeah.
says, "We'll get everyone around me killed.
Mhm.
We'll
And then-
murder in your sleep."
and then on the fourth arm, there's a funny sigil, not unlike the one from the Hag.
And then
wait.
on the fourth arm is
feel
a
like I'm
picture
missing
of
context with that
You can't say that.
on the fourth arm is a image of Calvin peeing.
Oh my god.
Oh, speaking of, I think this was a perfect time to take a break as we cliffhanger on Walker's insight check.
Result of my inside check.
Okay.
Mine, Jack.
That's on me.
Did you just say that through a mouthful of ice cream?
I mean, listen, Walker got a snack on the break.
Walker's like sitting here thinking while fucking scooping some rocky road, like,
Just glaring at Sophia while eating the ice cream.
Marshmallows help him think, okay?
What's the most aggressive ice cream?
Neapolitan?
It might be Rocky Road because of like, how
Neapolitan's
crunchy it is.
pretty aggressive.
Something really crunchy,
Oh,
like a lot of like nuts in it. You know.
Oh, if you want really crunchy,
Chocolate
like fucking the Reese's ice cream, like
Oh,
with
yeah.
like the frozen fucking Reese's chunks.
Oh shit. Yeah. that's it.
That shit is really crunchy because that shit when it's frozen, that shit crunches.
Mm-hmm.
What is it called? I think it's called like Bear Tracks or something like that.
No,
It has the
Boost
Reese's
Tracks
chunks
is
in it.
very specific. It is not crunchy, and you're a liar. So
It is
you
when it's
take it
frozen.
back.
Reese's is very
No.
crunchy when it's frozen.
No. Delicious.
It's great. I love it, but it's pretty crunchy.
It's a good thing Walker has some powerful teeth.
I like
It
how
actually
much ice cream has been important to all of my D&D campaigns as like something that I feel like everyone eats during D&D.
Does Atlan
I
have ice cream?
don't.
Fix it.
After D&D, I think I'm gonna get a milkshake since I don't have any ice cream. Walmart's not open.
What's my result, fuckhead?
I'll send Alex a bunch of pictures of my milkshake again. Unsolicited milk pics.
Don't send them to Ben. Don't send them to Nick. Don't send them to Nick though. He'll get
Oh
upset.
no, he'll get really mad. Apple pie and milkshakes. I'm sorry, Nick.
Dude, that apple pie picture was like...
Made you very angry. Made you want to jump off
It made
the
him
earth.
click with anger.
All right,
just
so
now.
there is definitely like she is being very forward as far as what she does, but there's definitely not necessarily hiding something, but she does seem like there is more to her than what she is saying.
Like things I should be suspicious of, or like
No,
she's a fully
nothing about
fleshed
being
character?
suspicious. No.
Okay.
Yeah,
she doesn't seem to have
it's more
any-
about she's a fully fleshed character.
So she doesn't have any dire intentions for us.
Doesn't seem she comes
Like,
across
she's
as a
not- she's
person
not here to steal
who
some
has
fucking
never had
bindings.
a single dire intention for anyone in her life.
I don't know. I feel like she's probably been mad with the guard once or twice
Oh,
when
yeah.
she's getting in trouble.
Yeah.
But
She hates gardeners.
then gardeners.
Gardeners. Oh, there you go.
Walker
the
will,
one we have here to be suspicious of.
Walker will.
Actually written in her backstory that she befriended a gardener once.
Is that true? Oh no! She's evil.
She's in on it.
Oh shit. Okay. After Owen finishes the questioning, Walker will meet his gaze and nod, giving his approval.
Oh, I thought you said his gaze, and not as in like gaze as in eyes. Gaze as in.
What? As in plural? Homosexuals?
Owen's small gay harem that he brings with him everywhere. Oh. It's his gay burlesque show called Owen's Retainers.
It's just several copies of Evian.
Fucking.
Hey, man,
Walker
it's Garland. We
finally
don't
met
judge.
Owen's gays.
It's like, I don't know, maybe they're all gay. Oh, that's fine.
Owen will nod back
Listen.
to Walker.
It's because we're all daddies. Doesn't mean we're
I
gay.
can't do it. I tried.
Sorry,
I
sorry,
think
Nick.
he's choking. Are you okay?
Let them die. Let's be playing D&D. Yeah, go ahead. What does he respond with? How does he react?
Okay, I'm good.
Are you sure? Do you need a minute? Do we need a
I'm
minute?
good.
Break?
Play D&D.
Owen will return Walker's look, and he'll nod as well. And then he'll turn back to Sophia, and he'll say, "Just one more thing, and then I will
Yes?
drop the spell. Do you know of any magic can circumvent something like I have just cast? And if so, do you have such abilities?"
Like counterspell?
No, something that will let you. Something that will let me cast the spell on you, but make it so that
I'm
it does not
sure
work.
there are such spells, and probably such magical items. I haven't ever studied magic much, I'll be honest. So, no, I don't have any of those on hand.
And you do not have the ability to do so.
Nope. I mean, other than counterspell, like I said.
A good
That's
liar
good
might be able
enough.
to get around it, Owen.
Sorry?
A good liar might be able to get around it.
That's not possible.
Half-truths, misleading answers.
Not the way she has spoken.
Of course not. She hasn't done any of such things, but I'm also not sure why you're asking that question.
He's asking that because if ever I had a magical item that could potentially imitate, I suppose, the spell working on me, or make me immune to the spell, that would mean that all of this could have been me lying the whole time because I could have been immune to this spell somehow, and by consequence, everything here would be worthless, just as worthless as the conversation we had before the spell.
Exactly.
If that was the case, Owen, why would she say yes?
Because the truth serum thing is still on? The truth spell?
I think you are missing a fundamental point if you are able to circumvent the truth spell.
Oh, that's a very good point.
Owen shrugs and he says, I would have expected you to be able to catch her in such a lie.
Well, she hasn't seemed to be lying to me.
It's good enough for me. And, Owen will close his eyes again, concentrate for a second, and then he will raise his hand again, just like when he cast the spell, but this time it fades. I'm sorry, Sophia. I just, like I said, times of war.
I didn't disagree. I just thought that, ultimately, I'm not supposed to disclose this whole thing to people as much as I can, but if disclosing what's going on and being open with the other party is what's needed to be able to get the information that I need, well then, that's what I'm gonna do. As I've said, I'm not here to harm you or bring any harm to your country. I'm just here to figure out if there is a way for my country to actually provide help.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time we've assisted agents from the Dragonheart Alliance. If you have any questions for us, you can feel free to ask. And I'm sure most of us will do our best to answer them.
Much
Almost
appreciated.
anything to help Garland.
Walker will begin gathering his tools once more and going back to work on the significant bull.
Well then, Simon, right? Was there any other reason why you might have any specific interest in me? You cast spells, from what I assume.
Simon nods his head. Yeah, I do. I just want to see how it all works, honestly. In action.
Do you want me to introduce you to Billy?
Owen frowns.
Simon surveys the room before he says anything.
Walker looks up and raises an eyebrow. He looks to Owen.
I also have Doe here.
Sees his expression.
Simon, surveying the room, you do, like, scanning all the way around. You can see behind Walker out the window what looks like Rick with a pair of shears trying to cut a bush.
Oh, no. Is he drunk?
What?
I mean, from what I've heard before, is he anything else?
I would love to see. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Just ignoring. Maybe we should go outside, though. He does take a lot of space. Also, here's Doe. Here's Doe as well, and she'll just take the music box from off her shoulder, and it has little arms that start waving and little legs that are just like swinging back and forth as she's holding the box part of him.
What is that?
Yes, this is my enchanted music box.
What's it made of? William is asking.
It's like a normal wooden music box. The inside is metal, probably some
nice intricate gears and things inside of it.
Yeah, it definitely looks like a high quality music box. Like not an over the top jeweled one, but it's like it looks like a good craftsmanship. Probably cost a pretty penny originally, but now it seems to have some weird mechanical gears. Like it's a similar mechanical gear as the inside, but it's like arms and legs that seem too small for its body.
Is it laying lifeless right now, or is it standing up? Is it?
She's lifeless.
She's holding it so that the legs are kind of dangling and the arms are on the side. There's also little detailing on the top of the box where like the opening would be that have like little either little beaded round metal bits or that change in expressions occasionally. Like in the image I have, it can look happy.
Mm-hmm.
Could I examine that for a moment?
Sure. Here you go.
Just hands it to him?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Walker will delicately take the funny music box. Is it like moving around or squirming or anything?
I mean, it's cooperating.
Yeah.
It has little arms and it's probably waving and looking very happy
It's just
as you pick
waving
it up.
at you as you look at it!
Is this thing sentient?
Yes, it is
that was Simon's
sentient.
question earlier. That was Simon's question
Yes,
earlier.
Yeah.
Is it
like, as you
it's-
pick it up, it is sentient.
It probably
That
starts making a little music slowly. It starts making the music that the music box would make.
Walker's going to delicately examine the workmanship of the physical box as well as the mechanical joints.
I mean, if you move it around too much, it'll make a little face like and move its arms as if it's off balance and freaking out a little bit.
I imagine Walker was like holding it up, but I mean, if it tries to,
But I mean, like,
out of its
if you
hands,
look,
I guess.
if you mean, I meant like if you look at it and like turn it around or put it on its side or upside down or anything like that, it would look like it's like, oh my gosh, I'm about to fall, kind of thing.
I don't think Walker's gonna turn it upside down or anything.
That's fine. I'm just telling you.
No, it does seem in some level sentient.
Well, how's the workmanship? I want to know.
The box itself is very high quality. Like looking inside the.
Is it old?
I mean, fairly, not incredibly.
At least 20 years old.
Yeah, but like it's not like it's some heirloom that's been passed down and has untold family value.
Oh, so
Is it like clockwork in design? Like, is there like a keyhole for the like a wind up thing? Like what?
It's a wind-up thing, and it has a little keyhole at the front, as if you could have locked it before to put a few little jewels in it and lock the jewel within the music box. But now it doesn't seem to lock, and there's a little wind-up thing on the side that you can turn and make it do music. But now it also does music by itself.
Huh.
Kim, tell me it uses its own arm to turn its little thing to do the music.
Yes.
Also, I found my music box so I can do sound effects now.
Oh no.
Oh god, that does not sound wonderful.
Best
what?
I got.
What is this thing exactly?
I've actually enchanted a music box I've had for a long time. I think. Can I do this? Is it gonna show up? Okay.
Is it alive, or is it just? Does the magic just make it seem like that?
Ben, how do I cast a spell thing? I wanted to show the spell.
Like post the actual spell?
Yeah.
When you click on it, just uncheck the consume spell slot and then click cast. Like on the left-hand side, like your when you hover over it, it'll have the little dice icon over the icon for it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and then
So
just
you made
uncheck
this,
the thing that says consume spell slot.
There you go. So I've based it off of a spell that I know, and I just over time enchanted it. It was a project of quite some time. I did it when I was about 16, and I was bored and just getting into, well, I suppose a bit older perhaps. I had gotten into magic for a little while before then.
That doesn't exactly answer my question.
Okay.
Is it alive, or does the magic just make it seem that way?
I mean, in a way, I suppose it's alive, just as alive as any other magically created item, animal or creature is. But ultimately, it is just an animated object.
So it's like what you were talking about earlier. Walker looks to Simon. Familiar?
I suppose.
Yeah. More or less.
Walker will, I guess, hand. I either like go to hand it back or try to place it down on the table, unsure of which he should be doing.
If you place it on the table, it'll probably just like waddle around on the table, happily looking around.
That's all. It's amazing. You did it yourself, you said, right?
Yes, I did have some help at the time.
It's
I've met quite a few different mentors, but yes.
certainly interesting. There's only a brief moment where Walker wonders if walking around and having hands would make the bowl more significant, but decides not to mention that to anyone.
Don't you dare.
It would take me quite some time to create something like this again, but I can. The spell usually is temporary, but I managed to, with some years of working on it, to get this one to be permanent. So I carry him around with me, and I call them Doe.
Well, that's certainly interesting.
Cute little thing.
You had
And
a
I-
friend, you said?
Yes, do you want to meet Billy?
I would love to meet Billy. And then glances back down at the music box dough. I would love to meet, yes.
She'll pick up the music box and then head outside. Put the music box back on her shoulder and start casting a spell. And once again, go ahead.
Simon, as you go to leave the dining room, you can hear barely audible Owen mutters, "No, that's no horse I've ever seen."
All this because he refused to eat.
I did take a picture of the inside of my music box, just in case you need any references there later, Kim. Ever end up drawing the inside of it.
I mean, I do have a music box, so
I
that's
didn't
kind of
know.
what I want to have it based off of.
Surprisingly.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But yes, one tattoo on her right forearm, the forearm of her right arm, starts to glow. The glyphs start to move a little bit, and then before you appears a large horse, which has a bluish gray color and very misty, a dense misty kind of mane that floats around in the wind. 2 horns, goat ears, and goat eyes looking at you.
Do you mind? And Simon approaches it slowly.
No,
Is it
no,
okay?
Billy's very friendly.
Simon
Sadly,
goes to pet Billy.
as Owen has discovered and been disappointed about, he doesn't eat. I I'm assuming because he's a magical conjuration, but he's very friendly. And Billy will just like do a little huff of neigh kind of noise and then just like nuzzle Simon as he approaches.
There's no problem with that at all. Was this you're doing as well, right?
Yes, this is a spell. He only stays around for an hour.
Wow. And do you use them for just travel around? Do it.
I mean, I also show him off clearly, but I mean, yes,
Well,
usually
I see that. Yeah. That's amazing. Oh man.
Very effective way of travel.
Can we? No, we can't. I was gonna say, can we bring him in after Owen doesn't like him?
I'm sure he'll get over it if we do bring him inside.
You see Simon. He doesn't say no, but he goes like a. Best not to.
She raises an eyebrow.
I don't want to make him upset or grumpy.
There we go. And Billy isn't dirty though, I swear. He's a magical horse. He literally cannot trail mud inside of a building.
I hope I want to make things like that someday soon. I make weapons, items in general. Nothing like what you make.
I don't do very many weapon-like things. I got mage armor because my parents forced me to.
Simon nods. Smart. Me too.
They said it was too dangerous or whatever to go out. Which I suppose is fair.
So, you've had this your whole life then?
Oh no, I wasn't born with tattoos. I had to pay somebody to get these tattoos.
I don't know if maybe your parents gave them to you when you were young.
Nah, I mean, if you ask my mom, she'd rather probably that I just didn't do magic and didn't have them, but she's come to be okay with them.
Simon nods slow at that. Yeah, okay.
She's okay with the whole adventuring. She's more okay with the adventuring than my dad, but she was not a big fan of the tattoos. It's not a big... Looking more natural and, I guess, noble or whatever is a bigger deal in her family. She is Thorasian, after all.
Do you get to see her still often?
I mean, I live in the Dragonheart Isles. She does too.
Simon nods.
My father's from the Dragonheart Isles, which is why we reside there. Her family is very nice, but the kind of nice that you want to see a couple times a year and then not so much the rest of the time.
You realize Simon's just fascinated and he just lets you keep talking about especially about family. He's just listening at this point. Do you mind if I draw some of your tattoos by chance?
No. I don't know exactly too much about the book stuff. I just kind of know how to convert it into tattoo designs, and then I get somebody to tattoo me. Although my tattoo artist would be very upset if I got tattoos from someone else.
You said you go to someone specific then?
Yes. I mean, I could probably do it with anybody as long as I do the enchantment right, but I usually have one tattoo artist who's a friend. He's done most of my recent work.
It's so fascinating. Someone's looking you up, like, just looking at your arms, looking at, like, just captivated.
He's literally objectifying her as a spell book.
Yes,
Oh my god.
He's looking at all of the runes and like, oh wow, like okay, like I can get this from that, and okay.
Was this established how old Sophia's supposed to be? Like,
she looks like she's in her mid to late 20s.
Her birthday was on the paperwork, so we could have seen it.
Yes. Also.
Oh my god!
It was. It was on the thing.
So how old is she?
She's 27, I believe. She's 2 years older than the White Witch thing.
So yeah, she'd be like nearly 28.
Yeah.
She is officially the second oldest person in the group. Oh.
We're all so young. Simon will nod and then slowly just start heading back inside because that's how Simon just leaves people.
He gives a mourn goodbye.
He does all the time. But he'll say because it's fucking someone new. I'm gonna head back in. You can bring him in if you want. I'm fine with it.
I mean, he's a magical horse. He won't care if I just have him disappear and call him back on him later.
It's kind of rude. You already called him out. I understand he doesn't care, but at the same time.
I mean, it's a ritual spell. It's not a huge deal. I can get rid of Billy though if Owen would prefer. She says loudly as the door is open.
There's some indistinct muttering from the other room.
Oh.
Once we get seated back down, Simon will break out his notebook and sketch a few. Probably the one that you used for
Billy?
Did you use for Billy? Did you use one for summoning? No, you didn't because it was just an item. Never mind.
I want to talk to Owen while the stranger is gone.
Okay.
Is that cool? Is that cool? Are you guys still doing a scene or?
No,
They headed in.
All right. So before they do that, Owen, I'm assuming he didn't like go upstairs or leave or anything.
Owen has lapsed into a contemplative silence as Simon and Sophia depart the dining room.
A few seconds after the door closes, Walker would, Owen, how much have you told this agent?
Little enough. The only reason we're here is because I was vague enough and suspicious enough in my answers to her questions and my own that she decided to come clean.
And how much do you intend to tell her?
I don't know. What she says is true. And that means that the information that she returns to the Isles with is important.
She's just looking for information. She doesn't seem very... Walker glances towards the door. Pressed for time.
I have told her that we can take her to Atherton, but
She wants to go to Hatherton?
she wants to... She said originally that she wanted to talk to both sides. I don't know if
That
that's
seems
still true.
ill-advised.
I said this much.
Do you know if she still intends to do so?
Owen shrugs.
Might be worth asking. Agent or not, doesn't mean the Red Band will be any more welcoming.
I mean, I don't imagine they are very welcoming to anyone who strolls up to Borealis.
Well, we saw firsthand how welcome they were of Lenorian's own citizens.
Aye.
Well, either way, it warrants more discussion. Walker goes back to working.
Yeah, and Simon come back in. Are they
After
bringing the
comment
horse?
About the horse.
Are they
Nah,
bringing...
she'll leave the horse outside. He'll just be chilling outside.
Just awkwardly standing outside.
Yeah, he's just gonna be wandering a little bit around. And she'll just sit down and put her arm on the table. So you said you wanted to look at the tattoo of the horse?
Simon will nod as he breaks out his just a random piece of paper, probably has in his bag.
So
And-
you might have a bit of a harder time than when it's on books. I've been told this by wizards before, that it's a bit weird because it's curved and on skin, and I don't know really. But it's this one right here, and she tries to like point. So not this one. This one is this other spell, and that's actually my dancing light spell. So it starts here and ends there, and it's not. It's really the one that has this type of square shape here.
Yeah. Okay. I'm following. I think. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And then you just see him start sketching everything down. It's out here. Should I roll for it, Ben, of how accurate it is, or you can give it to me?
No, give me an intelligence check. Just a straight intelligence.
No smart today. No smart.
Something. Yeah, you do your best to make sure all of the fine details on this are accurate. Alright. With that, it is past sundown. You guys have come back inside. You have lost sight of Rick at this.
That's fine.
I don't know, man. He did have a pair of head shears last time we saw him.
That's dangerous.
Oh, poor.
It's a magic plan.
So, is it okay if I stay here? Do I go get myself a room at an inn? How do you guys want to go about this?
That depends. What is it you plan to do next?
I mean, I'm still here to gather as much information as I can.
What does that
Entail.
mean?
I mean, I currently still have no idea exactly of the force or the size of the Red Band, and as much as I don't intend to get there close up and personal, I do still want to get an idea and assess the actual situation. And I'll be honest, I still don't know that much about the Scourges besides for their bad.
Well,
Simon will leave the table and go up to his room when she says that, and is going to grab the book that he made.
He grabs the report.
how do you
Yes.
feel about reading reports?
I mean, I do that all the time.
Well, Simon will have all your answers for the Scourges in just a moment.
Interesting.
At least all that we know about them.
You see Simon, just a few seconds later, come back down with it's like a 5-6 page report. Here you go.
Ooh.
He hands it over to you. I had to write
Now,
this for.
this is my kind of book. Not the magic stuff. And she'll just like start reading it, and like you see how she like she goes through it very quickly once, and then she goes back over. She's like taking she looks like she's taking mental notes, but then also takes out a notepad and then just like starts writing random letters and numbers.
Okay.
She doesn't have LastPass anymore, so she keeps it all in a fucking journal. Ugh. Anything
So yeah,
else?
as long as nobody interrupts her, she just gets very invested in this report.
As mentioned before, if you have any other questions, feel free to ask. While we can't tell you everything we know, we can certainly do our best to assist you in your investigation.
That's great. Much appreciated. This does make it easier than just wandering about trying to ask other random citizens.
Well, most of them know little more than you do.
I know, that's why it doesn't work very well when that's how I do it. When I can find people who actually know what's going on, I usually try my best to ask the questions that I can. And she's still looking through the report.
So, with that, go through the report. You get the basics, get all of... Simon, could you detail what's written in the report, please, for the sake of Kim?
Oh my god.
You can just
it
give
goes-
me a brief overview.
Yeah, it goes over how we know some were activated and like that, about the candle, how we can think that we can transport them. Goes over the Scourge of Petrica, I'm pretty sure, and any other instance that we've had with them. That's basically, I think, it.
Does it talk about what we
Kim-
learned from what's his face in at the Scion camp, like how there's like their bindings, and there's the one, what's the fucking guy? What's the big bad evil guy?
Nithir.
That guy.
Yeah,
The
yeah, because
bindings
it
of
was
Nithir.
it was for who did I write this for? I forgot.
You wrote it for the
Summons,
kids,
was
right?
the name. Yeah, it was for the kids. So yeah, it would include all that.
Kim, did you want to know the more specifics of what scourges we know of and what they did?
I mean, I know vaguely of
that.
the ones that already happened.
Mm.
Like
My notes.
I've had Ben talk to me about it, and I've had Owen talk about it a bit earlier in game, or Nick in game, I suppose. Either way, should be okay for now.
Okay.
Did you all have any more questions for me as well?
Nothing prudent.
Very well.
How soon?
Hmm?
If everything went well, if you got all of the information that you wanted, how soon could Garland expect the Alliance's aid?
That I'm not high enough rank to be able to know that kind of information. My parents also worked in the DHA, and they've been working with them for a very long time, longer than I've been alive, and they know vaguely of what's going on with that kind of thing. Exactly, they can have a good idea based off of reports, but exactly what the DHA does depends on many people. We have more than just one leader that will say, yes, that's good enough, let's send off people. It's more complex.
Here in Garland, we are very familiar with that style of leadership.
Although I will be getting as much information as I can, but if everything from these scourges is true, I'd be inclined to think that there might be help coming, but even in this situation, if I based it off of history, it took a very long time for help to arrive for other situations. So
I've heard at least a little bit about this war you keep mentioning. I don't know the specifics, but I've heard of it.
I didn't live through it. I was far away when it happened. I was still in the Dragonheart Isles, but we moved over to Brightfall for nearly a decade after, and I grew up seeing the rebuilds after the destruction, and it's not something I wish on anyone.
Did they succeed in rebuilding?
I was still just a child last time I went there, but it was getting better by the end of my stay there.
That gives me hope.
It was still very expensive, both in people and resources and everything. Children
Such
were
as-
starved and probably will be for more than one generation.
Such as war.
Yes, but if you see that after a war, all of a sudden, most of the children in the town that you live in have weird markings and strange memories, and half of them don't have parents anymore because they disappeared. That's not just people dying because of a war. The explosions left behind were not just people throwing random vague spells and just having a few warriors at the front who were actually able to cast spells. This was massive, on a huge scale. There was rumors about there being a dragon at some point. It's more than just some war by just two people fighting as people.
Well, it's not a matter of just two people fighting at this point. As I'm sure you will read in the report, if this were to go on and if the bindings continue to be used, it could mean the life of every man, woman, and child on the continent, if not more.
I understand that, and as I'm telling you, I would like to hope and believe that the DHA will help. But I'm very low on the ranking of people who are to make that kind of decision. I can just give them the objective information that I've received and let them make the decision.
I can tell you that people, the Gars, all the kins, they are anxious to see this through, over with, won. Especially my kin, Taran and Nashgalda, whose people have suffered almost as much. I also believe that, especially now with the House of Light, we can win. 200 knights. I'm kind of. He gets like almost a wistful sparkle in his eye and sort of looks out the window. I had not hoped for so much. It is my fear, though, that whatever happens will happen long before the Alliance can reach us, even if they wished to.
I can't say for that for sure. But I do hope at least something can be done.
There is a certain errand that my companions and I are hoping to be done with soon.
Walker eyes Owen as he begins to discuss that matter.
If we are successful, I believe that battle will be joined. Soon.
Who all's downstairs right now? It's everyone but is Simon still downstairs?
Left?
No, he's drawing the tattoos.
Yeah, he was sketching the tattoo.
Were you literally all just chilling out at the table?
Yeah.
think
Rick has disappeared from V.
That's
He was doing a bad job clipping shrubbery, and now he is. He has disappeared from me. By passive perception, you would note that you do not see the
Oh no.
As long as we don't see blood, it's okay.
No.
He's going to go shear his dead away.
What?
I don't know.
fuck?
I tried.
Did you?
Not really. Not really.
It's like you just fucking got in a car and just slammed on the gas, hit a building, said, "I tried."
I mean, with
Ugh.
considerably less property damage, but you know.
I feel pretty damaged. I don't know about you.
Yeah, but I mean, you're Ben's property, so that's his problem.
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Listen, I'm not claiming him.
Whoa.
Alex, he's
Anyway.
all yours.
No.
No, 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 no.
So anyway.
Anyway.
Oh,
That's a good group catchphrase. Anyway.
you guys doing?
Did Sophia have anything else to mention to the group or ask? Any other matters pertaining to her task?
You guys have anything else right now?
I don't think so.
But how exactly did this task help? I'm sorry. I
What?
think I missed that because Owen was talking about a task.
He was being intentionally vague.
Okay. That's fine.
Though you are free to ask about it if you wish.
I mean, she would vaguely ask, like, if. So, do you think that you say the task would help?
If we succeed,
Do you believe you'd need any help in that?
Owen looks
I mean-
around furtively.
If the answer is no, that's okay. Like, she's just like, I didn't mean to. I'm just offering because.
How many times in your professional career, Sophia, have you been given an impossible task?
I mean, this is the first time I've been sent off outside of the DHA, so not very often, I'd say.
Well, we have a bit of that on our plates right now, our collective plate. We might
Okay.
succeed, we might not. We have
Mhm.
help. Who's to say if it's enough? Possible to predict everything that will happen.
But if she's the one who's going to carry information back to those other people who could help to end the war sooner and seem to care about it, we don't want her dying with us.
I wasn't saying she should. I was just answering her question.
So, you believe that you're gonna die doing this mission?
No,
Maybe.
Not necessarily.
She squints her eyes.
I believe
Not
I will do everything in my
necessarily.
power to prevent that. I
As
believe
will
it is
we
a firm possibility.
It is.
Speaking of, if I do die while we're gone, I left something in the drawer on the bedside table in my room. Here. Only open that if I do pass.
Okay.
It wasn't addressed to Sophia!
Okay, that's fine. I missed the part. I was like, what?
Sophia's like, yeah, dude, got you covered, bro.
It's for you, Sophia. I know
yes.
you've been doing it so long, but it's really
You got
important.
it, dude!
If I die.
It's your
Anyway,
last will and
backtracking.
testament. And to Sophia, I bequeath my
the fuck up.
father's crossbow.
Backtracking. That's what Walker says. Looking to the party.
Okay.
The road ahead is dangerous, but there is nothing that we have set out to do that we have not succeeded on together. I wish we could tell you more, but the less people know, the better. It is not a matter of trust, but who is to say that you don't change your mind and decide to go to Borealis and you are captured.
Why would I go to Borealis by myself?
That is what you said you might do.
Yeah, I said I was be neutral party because, like, what else was I supposed to tell you as a tourist who wants information? Like, as a missionary, as someone who's not a mercenary, I can't just say that I'm on your side. Anyways, I don't know whose side I'm on. I'm on the DHA side.
You might want to look for a better cover in the future.
Meh. Most people don't ask as many questions as you do.
I must be
Well.
growing cynical in my old age.
It only takes one nosy person.
As demonstrated. And Ron, like, it's just around to everybody.
Well, or more than one.
Also, usually, if that said person wasn't somebody who's intimately related to the knowledge that I seek, I would just say ciao, bye. The fact that Owen here is from the McDurk family meant that he was much more likely to know what's going on. If anybody else was asking so many questions, I'd just probably give an excuse and bid them adieu.
Owen's not sure to be whether to be shocked or impressed.
Walker's not impressed. Walker's, if you'll look at the chat real quick, Walker's got a bit of this going on.
Oh. Bit of that, huh?
What
Bit of
an
that.
inviting face. So friendly.
It's so friendly.
Can I get the full
Oh, hang on. It was posted a bit above. There you go.
Oh.
Oh. Beautiful face.
The exact face he's making.
Wait, Alex,
Oh.
you need to do a new one where his eyes are all fucked up.
Oh, and his hair's shorter? Oh.
Listen, I'm only inspired to do crayon art very rarely.
You've
And
done
this
one for
paint
both of my
crayon art.
characters.
Yeah, it's a little odd, to be honest.
William, you're very
I'm
inspirational.
inspiring.
I have updated Walker's picture.
Oh my.
Great.
So
Anyway.
with that,
If Sophia doesn't have any more like substantive questions and kind of just if there's any length of silence, Walker's gonna have some stuff. So this, yeah. You have anything else, Kim?
I don't think at the moment.
So as the conversation falls into a natural
At some point, though, she would tell the party that she is, in fact, going to send a sending spell.
Okay, do you want me to do my thing before or after that?
Up to you.
One more time?
up to you.
Up to
William.
you. I don't mind.
Okay, as the conversation falls into a natural lull, Walker continues his work and will look up to ask, what's it like around the DHA? Living there, that is.
It depends which parts you go to. There's a lot of poverty, just like there's a lot of rich parts. Food there is excellent. I love the flavors. I'm a big fan of coffee. Sadly, it's not something I can bring around very easily with me.
Readily available there?
I mean, doesn't it come from the DHA then?
It is
That was from, like, a
commonly
desert place,
imported
wasn't
there,
it?
but coffee originates from the Jandalian Empire. But like the Dragonheart Isles is like where it floats.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
very
it-
common
it-
there, but not originally.
It's not like cheap,
There's
but it is very readily available.
Sophia describes that. The Walker kind of looks into the distance almost longingly.
Walker's one true love.
The only thing he's ever loved outside his family and his bros.
The fair is also quite something.
The fair?
Yes. I mean, the Titania Fair doesn't pass through very often anymore. It's now that I think about it, it's kind of faded over the years. But I mean, at the very least, it started off being pretty often at Brightfall. And when I went back to the Dragonheart Isles, I was told that that's where it originated from.
I couldn't say I'm familiar with this fair, but that's interesting to know.
It's a very large fair. It has a lot of festivities, a lot of cheerful, I guess. There's acrobats and spells and a lot of magic pizzazz to look entertaining. There's still some smaller scale things of the such, and they're quite popular in the DHA since there's a lot of tourism.
That's interesting. I was considering taking my family there after all this is over. Not looking like for a trip, but like to move there, immigrate.
If you have enough money, it's a wonderful place. If you would be living in poverty, not so much. That is what I've seen, at the very least.
Why do the people with money not just give it to people in poverty? That seems inhumane.
It's a bit complicated.
Walker just looks to Ishri and then looks to Sophia, and like giving like a real answer to that, and then looks back to Ishri. Did you tell her where you were from?
Yes, I did, actually.
Issue.
Then Walker looks to Owen.
What? I mean, pretty much everyone knows at this point. You know, I mean, she told her story to the Kins.
Was she not supposed to?
Well, it was a very poor idea back when we were in Lenore. I suppose it's less so here, but it's still not the type of thing that's the most convenient to explain to everyone we meet.
I suppose not, but it's quite fascinating, really.
That is the reaction that most people have, so.
Certainly one way to look at it.
It was the last agent of the Dragonheart Alliance. It was his job that we met Ishri on.
Huh. His job sent you off to help?
More or less.
I mean, he didn't intend for it to, but that's where we ended up.
Perhaps by traveling with you for a bit, you can take us there.
I would doubt so. Magic is not so much my forte as history, but maybe. I mean, I do have weird spells on my arm, so who knows?
Ishri, you know the order of operation there it wasn't his fault that we went there. It was just happenstance. If anything, it's our fault.
I know.
But yeah, no. Poor region's not so nice. The rest is okay. There's just not a lot as much. If you're a merchant, you can make a very good living.
What about tradesmen? Walker says, still working on the funny bull.
If you can work with merchants pretty easily. You should be able to make a decent job with good craftsmanship. I'm assuming this is accurate.
I would stop you if anything wasn't.
Okay, cool. Yes, with good craftsmanship, you should be able to get in contact with some kind of merchants or two, and you should be able to get a pretty okay business going pretty quickly. Since import and export is so common, it's much easier. It's just a lot of people either don't end up ever practicing a craftsman or trade, or don't have the chance to.
I suppose you don't know how the market for furniture is, do you?
I've never personally looked much into it. My father grew up making a living basically off of working in a library, and he basically made enough for ends meet until he was recruited.
That's interesting.
my mom comes from, she's Floresian, so it doesn't really count.
Right. Well, thank you for the answers.
No problem. I mean, if ever you do end up coming to the Dragonheart Isles, you can look for me, and I can try to give you a contact or two.
That's appreciated. I was actually thinking of speaking with the other representative we met, seeing if he'd give us, well, a foothold. I don't know. I feel like that's not a good way to phrase it, but I think you know what I mean.
Yes. It's not easy as new people in such a place.
Well, it's better than the alternatives.
Hmm.
And then Walker says nothing more on the subject unless prompted. And he continues to work on his bowl.
If nobody else has anything to say, she would be straight out with them. I will be sending a sending tonight, giving a brief overview of what happened. The fact that Owen here, being a McDurk, has given me some information, what the surges are and how they've been happening, and the fact that I will potentially be staying with you guys for some time, or, I mean, that's up to you guys. If not, I can also go on my way by tomorrow.
Aren't those spells very minimal for what information you can provide? Sounds like a lot to fit in.
I can send more than one, and also we have a certain code to put in, so that way we can avoid the small, unnecessary words in between, I suppose.
Owen does one of those, like, he has one of those, like, light bulb moments, like, oh my god, that's genius. Why haven't I thought of this?
The code has been established a long time ago, so both people who will be, like, both me and the person receiving it shouldn't have any problem translating it. And people who aren't used to it usually just write them down before and after.
Well, if you can, do let us know what they say.
I will. If there's anything that you wish for me not to say, though, I am, well, depending on how important it is, I'm very willing not to. If you ask me not to talk about the surges, I might say that that's essential, but anything else I can avoid if necessary.
Well, you do remember how we said we've assisted a representative from the Dragonheart Alliance before, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was part of the ways we assisted them, as we described everything we knew of the Scourges. While our knowledge has grown significantly since then, you know, we have no qualms with you sharing that information.
Perfect.
It's not just a threat to the people of this continent, it's a threat to everyone.
I agree. I was if Owen decides not to disclose his, I suppose, family and his knowledge so far as himself and stay anonymous, I am open to that as well.
Tell them. Tell them, as I said before, that Dirks will not be so easily eradicated.
Very well. I might not say that word for word, but I will send the message across. I just wish to be open. You guys have been trusting me with a lot of information, and I do not intend to betray that trust.
There's actually something I'd like to know if you can find out for me. The fates of Marquez and Marco Severini.
I'll see if I can ask. Should you write down a specific names? Do they sound familiar, Ben? I'm assuming not, but...
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want the spelling on that, Kim?
Sure, yeah.
Marco survived, right? Am I misremembering that?
Survived.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Marco was the
Because
main
a lot of them
guy.
died. Was it just
Marco
the girl
was
who
the main
died in
guy
our
that we were
custody?
talking to.
Was it just the little girl who died in our custody?
Yes.
Ugh, unfortunate.
Everyone else
The
died before
only
you got
reason
to
she died was because I didn't fully understand the state that they were in and the mechanics of what was happening.
how badly things really got fucked very quickly.
Shouldn't have done that.
No, yeah, she'll send a sending event with that general, like, got in the city, Owen McDurk is alive. Surges are existent. There's been 3 so far. Caused a lot of damage and has caused, like, undead, like, or not undead, but, like, unnatural behavior in people. And
that's fine.
She will ask quickly about the Marco and Marquez.
Okay.
If possible.
Okay, no problem. You're sending it now?
Yeah.
A moment later, you get back. Double check. Wasn't expecting a sending tonight. I need to pull up my notes.
Oh, sorry.
Page on fucking DHA sending code. Through the code, what you get back is roughly, I'm not going to do all of it because it gets to be a pain in the ass. We'll go over it all and I'll explain it to you sometime before next session. That way I can, but the gist of the code that you get back is, regarding Marquez, it's status unknown. Essentially, how important is it? As a follow-up, confirmation and request for more information regarding scourges and whatever the fuck the Red Band are doing. Curiosity about what leadership is for the Red Band right now. Also, if you know anything about Lenore or how it's handling things now. That's the gist of the sending you get back.
Just to clarify, like, would she expect to be able to get her spell slot back after a long rest in this town, or?
I mean, yeah, like, spending a day being lazy will get your spell slot back, but on Night's Rest, you also get back half your level, which would be 3, so you can get back a 3rd level.
Okay, I was just wondering if it was worth sending a second sending spell to, like...
Probably not. Like, you'd be used to the fact that, like, every single time you send something, they're going to ask something else to be more efficient with it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'll just take the specific notes then, and that'll be that. And she'll just tell Walker that she might be able to get the information. Basically, I might be able to get the information about Marquez, but not at the time being. There's too much information being relayed back and forth to be able to justify that in the 25 words. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, what did she say to Walker? I was getting water and my thing cut out.
Oh, sorry. She was saying that about Marquez and Marco. I might be able to eventually get the information, but right now there's too much information I have to send back and forth with the 25 words for it to be worth them giving me back the information. Although she might look into it now that I've sent it to her.
All right.
So, with that, what are you guys doing? I have nothing left to offer you.
Bull.
I'm trying to think of a polite way to ask Sophia to find somewhere else to stay.
I mean, yeah, I was gonna say
Sophie,
she's gonna ask again. She's gonna ask again because, like, that was never really established. So,
Very bold of her to ask. Can I sleep over?
Hey guys, can I crash?
No, but like last time she was like, "Okay, do you guys want me to go get a room in an inn? How did you want to go about this?" And she's just gonna reconfirm because you guys said it depends. So, I'm gonna go. Do you have any inns to recommend? I'm assuming I'm just gonna go sleep at an inn.
Oh, you can sleep in my room. I don't use it.
She raises an eyebrow. You don't sleep?
Oh,
No.
what's Scar's custom for foreign diplomats?
Something I should note to you, William, since you were the one who went over her paperwork and shit. you would know that any coin she spends, literally any coin she spends that she essentially keeps any accurate receipts of, would be reimbursed when she gets back.
That checks out.
Yeah,
Like, there doesn't... Based on the language, there doesn't seem to be a limit on it, either.
Oh, fuck.
I mean, there's got to be a limit to, like, what's in her pocket.
Yes, but I'm just saying, like, as far as reimbursements.
Wait, scan her again. She might have a better.
I'll keep that in mind, but I don't think it's relevant to the current situation.
I don't know.
Well, unless we can just tell her to give us some money. Because she can just get it back.
Yeah, she can label it like generous donation to war effort and just hand Owen all of her money.
Bribe to the Prince Owen MacDirk for information.
Owen MacDirk.
Owen MacDirk.
All right. Anyway.
Owen looks a little bit uncomfortable, but
Nick, did you catch what Walker asked?
I did. I was about to address it.
You don't need to sleep, Ishri? Is that a thing from people in Hall?
Oh, no. I sleep. I just sleep in the hallway. Walker's the one who doesn't sleep.
What? I'm sorry.
We are an interesting bunch of characters, aren't we?
Why do you sleep in the hallway?
Okay.
For safety.
In order.
She squints.
She's from the Shadowfell.
I mean, I get that, but like that.
Secondly, she sleeps in the hallway because it's kind of about where she's from. She, never being safe and all. It's except at the Citadel. It's just something she likes to do. Thirdly, I do sleep. No, I think she's trying to keep someone else safe by being in the hallway, being the first one to see any danger that might come around.
Oh.
I mean, is that right, Ishri?
Yes, and then I don't have to be alone. It's a win-win for everyone.
I mean, you can just not be alone if somebody else sleeps in the same room.
And lastly, I do sleep. He rolls his eyes as he has to specify that.
Occasionally, you do.
That was not the time, Rom.
Okay, but either way, what's going on? Am I just gonna go to the inn nearby that you guys recommend, or what are we doing?
I can give you a good recommendation. Normally, Walker, we would have a diplomat would be given. They would be put up in rooms, but as I understand, Sophia is not interested in being a diplomat in an official sense.
Listen, either way, I don't care. As long as I have an actual bed to sleep on, I'm very fine with anything.
Owen recommends a great inn.
The nicest one in town would be the Setson Catered Lodgings. It's very much a foreigner-focused one in that it's not, super garish, especially not Kintaran-esque. It's very much not hoity-toity, but
we're not in the Kintaran, so why would that comparison be made?
Because Najduin is fairly close to Kintaran lands.
But don't they have their own culture, or are they basically just
yes, but it's a
Kintaran?
gradient. I
guess
the least culturally similar would be Morn. So you get.
Maybe I'm a dickhead here, but that just seemed odd to me. Sorry.
Yeah. But yeah, I digress. It's not incredibly garish. It's very much more on the kind of fancy. You got your room, you got your bath, you got your there's a private bathhouse, all this. Very much on the nicer side.
Thank you very much for the offer, though, Ishri.
Of course. It's just a room.
Yes. Well, I hope you all sleep well. Should I come back tomorrow, or did you guys not want to work with me anymore? How are we going about this now?
As mentioned before, if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer. If you need any assistance in your investigation, we'd be happy to assist you as much as we possibly can, given the circumstances.
Fair enough. I will still be around in this country for at least a few more weeks. And yes, if ever you do get closer to what is going on with the Red Band, that will be something I will have to be looking into. But, yes. I'll probably meet you guys again tomorrow. And if not, well, good luck in your own adventures, whatever they may be.
Would you like me to show you the end, or?
Oh, if you'd like to. That'd be appreciated. If not, I'm sure I can find some guard.
Owen considers muttering something about as long as Billy's not there, but he decides not to.
Billy is gone. It's been more than an hour.
This man holds a grudge.
Listen,
He's gonna throw Billy into the fucking ocean and let the streets
Billy-
run red with his
just-
blood.
Billy was out there just nuzzling Owen, being so happy, and then he couldn't eat the apple, and now Owen's just upset with him.
listen, Owen loves horses, and this unnatural creature is not a horse.
This
And he's, and,
bitch-ass
and he's
creature
wearing the guise
is-
of one.
He has a facade.
He
Owen
must
hates
be lying
facades.
to our faces.
He doesn't even look like a horse, he has a goat face.
Well, I mean, he looks kind of like a horse.
That's very funny.
Was that picture I posted earlier at all accurate?
I mean, he doesn't have
Disturbing.
2 eyes.
Doesn't?
He doesn't
No.
have 4 eyes, I think.
Oh yeah, he only has 2 eyes, and he has more of a horse face. Because that's like really a goat face. He
Yeah.
just has, he has the eyes that look like a goat, and the goat ears, and
Okay.
the 2 horns.
So,
But the rest of him is basically a horse, besides for the fact that his hair is basically mist. Or smoke, or whatever.
you guys head out, saying your goodbyes, Sophia. Owen shows you to the, Setson catered lodging. Heading outside, you see pacing by the entryway to the outer courtyard, Rick. And he is currently holding a pair of shears in one hand. Not like brandishing them, but he's just pacing back and forth looking really stressed out. And he sees you and just looks around and then like calls you over like, come on.
And am I also supposed to follow here?
Owen kind of rolls his eyes and just gestures for you to accompany him, and he walks up to Rick and he says, he using that tone of voice that like a cop uses with a belligerent drunk. He says, "Oh, Rick, what's going on here?"
I might have underestimated these people. I fucked over. I think I fucked up. I think I really fucked up.
What
Tell me.
exactly is going on?
All right. So I fucking me and I want to drink it with the gardener because Walker's a square and Simon's boring, and y'all left me. So I want to drink it with the gardener. And when I got back, like I lost a bet, so I ended up drinking more, and then I started finishing his job for him. Part of the deal if I lost. Anyway, tried to get back inside. Giant ass demon horse blocking the way.
You can
Oh my
the
God.
slapping sound of Owen putting his head in his hands is audible from the kitchen.
I'm pretty sure he should be gone by now.
Well, yeah, but like, how do you know? My name's Rick, and you are.
Hi, my name's Sophia.
Pleasure's all mine. Maybe not. I'm not actually sure right now. Anyway, so yeah, obviously it's gone now, but like, means something's watching. I pissed something off real bad.
Actually, I spawned that horse. His name is Billy.
What?
His name is Billy.
Okay.
I made him appear. It just is one of the spells that I can do.
He turns back to Owen with a pleading glance.
Not to worry, I have nothing against you.
Owen is he is trying so hard not to burst out laughing. He's mostly succeeding.
Right. Well, so that wasn't something hunting me down or nothing like that.
No, Billy is very friendly. He wouldn't hurt anyone. Besides for Owen's feelings.
Owen scowls.
I mean, a lot of things. Rick kind of pats Owen on the shoulder. A lot of things probably shouldn't.
Owen's scowl deepens.
At this point, Rick hands you, Sophia, a empty tankard.
Oh, how generous.
No, if he starts pantomiming, have yourself a drink.
She raises an eyebrow and then goes ahead and tries to have a sip, I guess.
And as you lift it up, it begins to fill with ale.
Oh, this is a fancy item.
It's the most important thing I own, I think.
And she goes ahead and takes a swig.
And he takes it and, like, after you take a sip, he looks at what's left and just drinks it all. Can't let it go to waste.
That's pretty good ale.
It's not bad. It's not the best, but, like, sometimes I've messed around with flavor in it, but it's a lot of work trying to, like, add something to it every time there's more.
Fair enough. I do see how that would end up being a lot of drinking.
Yeah. So, this, more thing going on here?
I'm sorry, what?
He kind of motions between you and Owen. Some kind of more war meetings or something. Join the cavalcade at the Rat Creek.
The Rat Creek?
Rat Creek militia. The guys that Owen's leading.
They were the soldiers that I was training when you arrived.
Ah.
I'll take that as a no.
Perhaps. I don't know yet. I'm here to gather some information, but I'm also here to help. I'm around for a couple of weeks, so who knows what I'll be doing.
Considers for a moment and kind of scratches at his slowly growing beard and just... Well, it has been a pleasure, an absolute pleasure. Y'all have a good night. Points towards the house. I've had to piss for like an hour and I've been waiting, so... He kind of pushes past you both and just runs towards the garden.
She just chuckles.
Just watch out for demon horses.
I didn't mean to scare him. I didn't realize that would be an issue.
I didn't know.
He seems like a friendly enough fellow.
Aye, that's Rom's uncle.
Did he just fucking leave the server and come back?
Yeah, he just PM'd me and said he got kicked out of the server.
Moved from the server.
What?
I'm literally just. I didn't touch my computer and I heard the disconnect noise and I was like, oh shit, did my internet go out? I look over and the server's gone from my server. I was like, did Ven kick me?
I just he finally pulled the trigger on that guy. He no longer plays D&D with me on Thursday.
I was so confused.
I just fucking kicked in the middle of the scene while I'm doing the Rick monologue. I kicked you. It was the ultimate cover.
I heard someone disconnect and noticed Mitchell wasn't there. Then I looked over at the right to see if he was offline and didn't see him at all. I was like, what the fuck is happening?
Since I'm doing the recording, I don't hear any of that. It sucks.
That's very funny.
But anyway,
what the fuck?
So, with that...
Did you get catch for like posting bad things, Mitchell?
I didn't post anything.
With that, you guys make your way towards the Setson catered lodging. Near the entrance, the northern gate of the city. It's a very nice, wide, like... So, most places here, even when you're staying at an inn, it's rooms, and it's like 2-3 floors. Here, there's a few, but then there's essentially like a lot of small, like, one-bedroom homes that you rent out for a number of them. That all have a shared backyard and access to a shared tub, and there's a set of hot springs essentially back there as well.
So how many more days are you going to be around here? Because I might as well run for a couple of days if you guys are going to still be in town.
We're not sure. We plan to leave soon. A day, 2 maybe. 3 at the most.
I know you don't trust me yet, and that's understandable. But if you do need help in any ways, as much as the Dragonheart Isle I cannot guarantee will provide any help, I personally don't want to see what happened or the ruins left over in Brightfall again somewhere else. And I would like to help if I can.
He kind of he was definitely like he had something to say, and then he bit it off, and he looks away. I'm sorry. I wish things weren't this way. I wish that could have, come and we could have had a nice civil chat without all the magic and the suspicion. But the place we're going, the errand that we have been tasked with, that we have chosen for ourselves, it is not kind of shakes his head. It is of the utmost importance. Possibly the most important thing any of us have ever done.
She just gently nods. I still wish to offer. I in no way ever intended for my job to be safe, and I know it is not. And by consequence, I am willing to do things that a lot of people would not be, for the sake of, well, doing what I believe is right and my job. But if you do not wish for my help, I will not insist any further.
You are a powerful mage, it seems. Always handy to have one of those along. He kind of bites his lip for a moment, and then he looks back up at you.
I can do quite a few things, that is true. I mean, I can even provide decent safety during transportation, as I'm quite used to, sadly, just ending up in the middle of nowhere with no actual place to stay. So it's kind of like in the distance, like, oh my gosh. Camping is not my thing usually. But I've acquired a few spells for that at the very least over the years.
Well,
so if at the very least you would like for me to help you with the travel all the way, well, I would be happy to do so.
yeah, we'd be grateful. And if you truly wish to help, perhaps I can speak to the others and we can decide amongst ourselves.
Very well. Once again, as I said, I have already received more information in this day alone than I was expecting to get in the next 2 weeks. I'm very grateful for your help. So I have no intention of betraying this trust that you've given me already.
Owen smiles and nods, and he says, I appreciate that. It is good to finally have a day where the surprises are pleasant.
She just gives him a sad smile.
Well, good night, Sophia.
Thank you.
He's going to head back to the house to talk to the boys.
And she's going to rent a nice house for the next 3 nights.
All right.
With all that nice reimbursed money.
Mm-hmm.
Very vital I stayed at this place to experience what the Lenorians liked in Garland.
Only the finest for an agent of the Dragonheart Alliance.
I mean, I'll be honest, she's probably used to that on her daily living as well. But, I guess you guys don't know about all of that yet.
We do, we don't.
Yeah.
So then Owen arrives back with the living room on fire, with Walker still working on the bow, and Ishri and Rom fighting with fisticuffs as Evian is passed out on the couch.
And in the center of it all, Billy.
The gardener.
Billy, writing Billy! Oh, dire portent indeed.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
just break down in the corner.
Owen, you arrive back at Nochtween, at the fucking whip.
You get back to the capital.
You get back from all the way down the street. You get back to the Eastwind Keep. These names are fucking hard. Fuck you guys.
The West Wing, the East Wing.
You did this to yourself.
I know I did. You return back to the Eastwind Keep, where outside of the Eastwind Keep, the courtyard of the Eastwind Keep. Jesus Christ. Eventually making it to the McDurk temporary residences, where all of your allies are waiting, working, doing things. What's up?
Walker waits for Owen to sit down before he fucking yells at him about conversing, you know?
Before he sits down, Owen, like, he looks like, he looks tired, and he goes to the kitchen and he puts the kettle on.
We got a nice gas stove. Don't ask where the gas comes from.
You get the kettle on, sit down. Is everyone still downstairs?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Owen? Yours?
Owen doesn't immediately speak. He waits for his tea to be done before he rejoins the others. He brings the pot and a few spare mugs in case anybody else would like some tea. He sits down and kind of cups the tea, warming his hands. And then he, go ahead.
Walker's waiting for Owen to sit down to talk. I have some thoughts on that agent. I do wonder how effective she is. If her plan was just to walk away when being questioned.
I mean, I don't imagine things would have gone the same if I was not who I am.
I mean, all it takes is asking the wrong person for you to be jumped by several people and questioned. Let's say she arrived a few weeks ago and accidentally spoke to someone with Clive around. What if she was brought before your father? And when she tried to walk away. What happens when she tries to walk away then? All I'm saying is, it didn't seem exactly like from the sound of it, didn't seem like the most effective investigating I've ever heard of.
She said herself it was her first time out of the Isles.
Makes me wonder why they would send a inexperienced agent to such a perilous location.
She's a powerful mage?
Maybe.
Is it not possible they sent more than just her? That there
Well, we know they sent more. We've already met 2 others. You remember the people we had with us in the Shadowfell stream? They were agents of the Dragonheart Alliance. That's all Walker had to say.
She told me that she wants to help.
In what regard?
Oh, I told her I couldn't say what it is where it is we're going, but she said that if it meant preventing something like a scourge from being used, that she wanted to help.
Another powerful mage would be a great asset. But it all depends on her competence. It's hard to say with someone who is untested as of yet. Unproved.
Not only
Unproven.
that, we can't ask her to come along unless she knows everything so that she can make her own choice. But that is a lot of trust to place in someone we just met.
Quite.
It feels, I don't know, her showing up with the House of Light. I've heard of these people, Walker. I don't know if you have, but
Not at all. I heard they
Yeah.
were a mercenary group.
But
that was from you.
It's not. They're more than that. They help people who deserve it, often without charge.
Interesting to
Yeah.
hear such a group existing.
I wasn't sure if it was true until I saw them in the flesh. And here they are. And she with them.
So you're saying they deemed her deserving?
At least enough to travel with them.
That sounds familiar.
Aye.
Still.
Is that a good me?
As long as there are really other spies to collect this information and send it back, so that unless of course going into the heart of things will possibly give her the perspective she needs to really convince people to help out.
Well, let's talk about what happens. On one hand, we tell her no. She stays here, or she doesn't. What happens to her isn't really our responsibility or concern at that point. I mean, she knows Owen's alive, but what information does she have that could be dangerous if given out? She knows everything we know about the Scourges. That information getting into the hands of the Red Band wouldn't be ideal by any means.
No, but if what we know about Nor is true, then it's possible that they already know everything that we do.
More so, they know that we know those things. If we tell her our plan and she says no, then what? I mean, we're already heading that way. If she is trustworthy at least enough to stay in the city for a time afterwards, she seemed like she was intent to gather more information here. It wouldn't matter. There's very little chance she'll be captured unless she has us all completely fooled and she really is an enemy agent. Which I don't believe is true.
Nor do I.
If she says yes and decides to come with us at that point, we have another mage to add to our arsenal. More power at our disposal. But someone we don't have any experience working with.
Aye.
Maybe you should try to find out just how much she wishes to help. Maybe interview her, find out if she would be fit to join us. Find out what exactly she's capable of.
I suppose it would be good to know what feats of magic that she can perform. You know, now that I think about it, and Owen like turns on Simon. We don't even know that about you, Simon.
No what?
I mean, I'm sure it came as a shock to all of us when you pulled a star out of the sky.
Walker will turn his gaze to Simon as well.
Yeah? Yeah?
What else can you do that we haven't seen?
Well, I pull out. I can make people bigger, smaller.
What?
No, we saw that. Evian, you did that to
Oh,
Evian
yeah,
in the
yeah,
cave.
What?
You didn't see that
Which
walker
cave?
in the cave in the Shadowfell.
Cave in the Shadowfell. The one with the monster?
Aye.
I can disguise myself like Ishri said she could.
It must have been when I was scouting ahead with Ishriers or what have you. I don't remember that whatsoever.
You guys know I could put people to sleep. You know about that. That's... You guys know what I have, I'm pretty sure. I'm not hiding anything at all.
It's not a matter of hiding, it's a matter of being forewarned and forearmed, knowing what we have at our disposal.
I mean, the big ball of light, you guys know about that now. The comet.
It's a comet? So that's something that's
Yeah.
only available outside, huh?
I could get it in here.
Please don't. Oh shit.
That was so good.
Dads.
Wasn't thinking about it. I also have sending as well.
A useful spell.
7 nods useful when yeah, useful. But I am working on things like the one spell I
What else are you working on?
used earlier. The thing for you that we talked about, and Simon will pull out drawings of a small crossbow with some type of hoop at the end of it. Not hoop, like a little hole it will shoot through.
Remind me what we discussed?
This is basically you would shoot the bolt, it would go through, and it would enlarge the bolt. And
I'm sorry. That's William laughing. I didn't know you were actually going to try to do that.
I mean, why not? It's a challenge.
I suppose, I mean, if you're going to actually work on something, could you find a way to, I don't know, enchant a crossbow so that, it's easier to reload?
You don't want tiny legs and tiny arms?
What?
Tiny legs and tiny arms.
What's the relevance of that? What?
I can put that in your crossbow. I could put
Because that's a spell that I could give Simon.
I can
you
make
give
tiny
me a spell
arms
that
that
makes-
reload the
makes a
crossbow
spell
for
that-
you.
Can you give me a spell that makes so my head is just really small, but just my head? So I talk like this.
No, don't.
So
No,
you're
don't.
saying I can make Walker calloused?
I was gonna say we don't want Callus and Walker.
Can you give me a spell that makes me fucking real Bruce?
What does that mean?
I don't know, man.
Then could I do something like that? Like hypothetically?
Make someone's head small?
No, fucking an automatic reload. I don't know.
Possibly.
Maybe like it has like a hammer space bag that like it draws the ammunition from and automatically goes back or something. I don't know.
Possibly. It's something we can discuss later, Logan.
Yeah.
But when I say what, you have to be willing to follow up not 2 weeks later during a D&D session.
I know. I could. Someone like gets upset, like you didn't appreciate the other thing I've already designed.
Sorry,
okay.
I can't really think of a practical use of big ammunition.
Oh, sure you can. I mean, what happens if we're out in the wilds and, there's a situation where a ballista bolt would be the most useful solution? Owen says with a perfectly innocent grin.
Probably switch to my heavy crossbow. I mean, most of the time, it's the point of using the hand crossbow is for precision, ease of reload.
Oh, I was also working on a spell that very rough draft right now. It's more of an idea. It would be just more of a distraction.
Go on.
Have you ever just, I don't know about you, Walker, but Owen, have you ever just walked out at night and the sky's beautifully lit and you just stare up at it and you get lost in the stars?
Oh, many times.
No.
Yeah, I want to make a spell like that makes you lost in the area around you. I feel like it could be useful. And it would make whoever I would cast it would make them lost, and it would almost feel like they're floating in space around them.
Right. Well, I'm sure it'll be useful once you're able to get there.
No, all that aside, are we all on the same page about Sophia?
I mean,
go and talk to her, see. I just kind of shakes his head a little bit. I have faith that we will succeed, but this is not a venture I would undertake lightly.
I think the best course of action right now is to speak to her more regarding the matter, her abilities, experience, etc.
Owen looks around at everyone else.
Seems alright to me, I suppose. Then again, I'm not very good at detecting when somebody's lying or not.
Even just kind of nods in agreement.
If the Red Band really are bad and we take her to the Red Band, then I think she could help her argument. So, yes.
Seems good.
All right. Tomorrow then.
Well, for tonight, is everyone prepared for the... I don't know what to call it. To assist me?
Of course.
Right. Then I'll get ready. Walker's gonna head upstairs.
As you head upstairs to prepare for what's next, this dangerous middle of the night, well, nearly middle of the night, ritual, arcane investigation of your own, a new potential ally, and a bit of good news for Garland for once, as the House of Light has arrived and lend their swords to your cause. The DHA seemingly interested in finding out, at the least, what's next here, how bad it's going to be. And some level of truth to everything you've learned so far about what's happening with the DHA and Garland and the war in general. So as you prepare for what may be Walker's finest or worst hour trying to understand this strange arcane affliction that befalls him, we go ahead and end tonight's session. We lost it at the end there.
On like fucking South Park or something? Jesus.
We lost it a little bit at the end there. We lost the thread.
Sometimes you gotta like have fun with your friends, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's fun.
No, why would you?
No fun. Just 5 hours of D&D, just talking.
Ow! I punched myself on the stomach on accident.
Sometimes you gotta punch yourself in the stomach. You know what, William? You know what, William?
One day.
I am headed to bed.
The only way I feel alive.
You know what, William? You did or you didn't?
One in-game day. One in-game day.
One in-game day.
Yeah,
Yep.
sorry. That's my fault.
It's not.
Was
It's
it?
not.
I don't think it would have been. I think we would have found a way.
If you guys didn't start talking about that plan, I was gonna give you a kick in the teeth and get you guys out of the fucking city today.
What?
But then you started talking about the plan, so everything had to wait.
Were you gonna force us out of the city?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I mean, he did tell me that since I was joining a week later that he had planned for, that I was gonna meet you guys on the road. But then he was like, we missed a session and they're still in the city, so you're just gonna be in the capital.
They live in the city.
I feel like it would have been worse.
Oh yeah.
If we met her on the road, completely.
Oh no.
We would not.
Who
have
is
been
this
cool with
strange
her.
woman who wants to
would've
travel
passed
with us
Hunter's
all of a
Mark.
sudden?
Fucking look at Arog and fucking 200 knights are just standing in between you two.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
No, they wouldn't have been on that road because they came
Yeah, they
from-
would have.
They were.
I had a backup plan. Yeah.
Why would they be on that road?
They were in a quantum state, depending on what you guys did.
That's literally the opposite direction from Port Galder.
Yeah, they would have. So here's the thing. Here's your little parting of the kimono.
Go ahead.
So
wide.
the idea is they were in a quantum state where if you guys left early enough in the session, they would have been on their way back from Hatherton, where they were willingly just like they went there and just helped after hearing about it.
Where they were just being good Samaritans.
Yeah,
What the
exactly.
fuck?
Yeah.
And
But since you guys took
Sophia
too
would
long,
have
they
been
didn't have time.
And Sophia probably would have been with them because she was just like with them initially, and she'd be like, this is a good way to get to know the red band, what the red band are doing.
Yeah.
Wait, so is Kim a permanent addition, or is Kim joining for like 2 weeks?
I'm joining for a couple weeks.
Kim's here till she doesn't want to be here.
Well, because I know she has the work thing and works ass. That's why I'm just questioning it.
No, I'm not joining.
Kim now.
I'm interviewing.
No, she's fucking busy usually. So I was just. Like,
all right. Well, it sounds like it's time for another D&D Russian roulette. William, roll your D6.
All right. Which one's the death? Which one's the death?
6 means you're dead.
Oh.
Okay.
Goddamn even.
Wait. Do I have to roll? Because I'm already.
I'm alive.
I've already failed.
Hey.
Hey, Kim next.
Where'd you roll at?
Fucking Hank Shank House.
Oh.
Where are the rules?
Hank Shank House.
Oh God. Well, this has been a hell of a session either way. Jesus.
Logan alive.
I'm
dead. Oh, bye, Kim. We find Sophia murdered at the fucking residence.
Oh, there it is.
Somehow there's a weird piece of metal in the. There's a weird piece of metal in the room.
It's me in the D&D campaign as a person. It's me who's just dead on the floor. Sophia's still alive.
Sophia holding the gun.
Sophia killed me. She's gonna take over now.
What an ending. Christ.
One of my favorite meta goofs